Lep pozdrav vsem. Nekaj se nas je danes zbralo, nekoliko se nas je sakupilo. Vidim, da kolega iz Bolgarije in nekih drugih zemalja nema, tako da možemo pokušati na srpskom. Da li nas čujete? To je prvo pitanje, vi koji ste na Zoomu.
Čujemo.
Dobro, hvala. Evo, danes imamo dva panela. Prvi panel će se baviti sa epistemologijom. Imamo tri referente. Prvi je Nikola Dedić, koji će se obratiti antiki i njegova tema je Labor in Aristotle's Metaphysics, Contribution to the Theory of Symbolic Formations. Onda imamo još Alda Milohnića, koji momentalno još nije tu, ali dobro, ima još pola sata. I Primoža Krašovca, kojeg je došlo poslušati nekoliko naših studenata, jer ima vrlo atraktivnu, da ne kažem zabavnu temu, odnosno naslov. Sad Nikola Dedić je diplomirao iz povijesti umjetnosti na Filozofskom fakultetu u Beogradu i onda doktorirao na Art and Media Theory programu isto na Beogradskom filozofskom fakultetu. Radi kao profesor na fakultetu, to je fakultet za muziku, za muzičke umetnosti u Beogradu. Tamo uči istoriju umetnosti i aplikativnu estetiku. Dobro, to je to. Što se tiče tvojeg teorijskog horizonta, mi ćemo ga sada
čuti.
direktno
Pa dobro,
čuti.
ajde, počeli smo na srpsko-hrvatskom, onda mogu da dam čisto kratak kontekst iz koga nastaje u stvari ova prezentacija i ovaj tekst. A taj kontekst zapravo već traje nekoliko u suštini godina, čini mi se skoro već 10 godina, od trenutka kada je profesor Rastko Močnik došao u Beograd, počeo da predaje na Fakultetu za medije i komunikacije i tu pokrenuo u stvari jedan kurs koji je kontinuirano išao zapravo više godina, koji je držao zajedno sa mojim kolegom Radetom Pantićem, a koji je nazvan Teorija simboličkih formacija. I taj kurs je zapravo okupio jednu ekipu, da kažemo, ljudi. Neki od njih su ovde, kolega Marko Đorđević, moja malenkost, zahvaljujući profesoru Močniku i Pantiću, imao sam prilike da na samom tom kursu i aktivno učestvujem, da iznesem neka svoja mišljenja, svoja razmišljanja na temu tih simboličkih formacija. U okviru tog kursa otvoren je čitav niz zapravo različitih tema, ali ne samo i tema, već i specifičnih teorijskih koncepata koje smo pokušavali zajedničkim snagama nekako da u stvari artikulišemo. I jedan od problema koji je meni čini se bio posebno u stvari značajan i koji je kasnije nastavio da živi i u mom teorijskom i u pedagoškom radu, bilo je zapravo uvođenje jedne teorijske problematike koje u odnosu na ono što je naš background tih ljudi koji su bili okupljeni oko tog kursa bio spoljašnji. Mi svi dolazimo zapravo iz humanističkih disciplina, a jedan od zaista izazovnih pokušaja u okviru tog kursa je bilo da u okviru tih humanističkih disciplina predstavimo određenu teorijsku problematiku koja je u odnosu na te discipline spoljašnja, koja nije razvijana do sada u okviru humanističkih disciplina i jedna od najznačajnijih zapravo elemenata toga jeste bilo uvođenje, na primjer, kritike političke ekonomije Marksove, upravo u promišljanja onih društvenih praksi koje se tradicionalno, zapravo ili spontano na neki zdravorazumski ne doživljavaju kao ekonomske u jakom smislu te reči. I juče smo imali zapravo vrlo izazovnu debatu na tu temu, gde smo zapravo govorili između ostalog i o kritici političke ekonomije umetnosti. I to je zapravo jedna vrlo specifična teorijska situacija, kada vi imate zapravo jednu teorijsku problematiku i u tu teorijsku problematiku pokušavate da uvedete problematiku koja je spoljašnja u odnosu na datu problematiku i da na taj način zapravo rekonfigurišete dato teorijsko polje. I tu smo već duboko na teritoriji onoga što Močnik, naravno preuzimajući delom i dajući zapravo svoj originalni doprinos tog konceptu, preuzima od Altisera, a to je epistemološki rez. I ta problematika, da tu imamo vrlo konkretan teorijski problem, a to je da nije dovoljno samo da prepišemo, nije dovoljno da samo prevedemo određene koncepte iz jedne problematike u drugu, već moramo da proizvedemo potpuno nove zapravo teorijske koncepte. I tu zapravo nailazimo na otpor samog materijala. I čini mi se da je to uzrok jučerašnje zapravo izuzetno zapravo zanimljive debate između kolege Pantića i Katje Praznik, jer u stvari mi ovdje nemamo definisane koncepte, nego ih zapravo sami između ostalog proizvodimo. U tom smislu zapravo ide i ova današnja moja prezentacija, s tim što se ona neće baviti zapravo problematikom umetnosti, već jednom drugom u stvari problematikom, a to je problematika filozofije. I ovdje, nadam se da sad ovo što ću reći neće zvučati malo uvredljivo nekome, ali u osnovom na departmanu smo za sociologiju, a ne za filozofiju. Moje intuitivni zapravo osjećaj da ako želimo da govorimo o tome šta je filozofija, šta su osnove filozofije, ne možemo pitati same filozofe. Zapravo da u samo polje filozofije moramo da uvedemo koncepte koji su razrađeni izvan zapravo filozofije i na taj način zapravo filozofiju pretvorimo u objekat teorijskog zapravo istraživanja. I koji su to koncepti? Pa recimo, koncepti koje je profesor Močnik vrlo detaljno razrađivao, koncept ideologije, ideološke interpelacije, ideoloških aparata, oblika proizvodnje, društvene formacije i na kraju koncept koji je upravo Močnik zapravo uveo u ovaj diskurs, ali ga nikada nije definisao, niti ga mi zajednički nismo zapravo do kraja definisali. Taj tekst ostaje da bude napisan, a to je zapravo tekst koji će odgovoriti na pitanje šta su simboličke formacije. Dakle, ovdje nemam sad ambiciju da odgovorim, da dam definitivni odgovor šta su to stvari simboličke formacije, ali se nalazim pred jednim vrlo konkretnim zapravo problemom, a taj problem je kako da povežemo zapravo jedan vrlo tradicionalni, fundamentalni, klasični, osnovni, bazični koncept istorijskog materijalizma, koji je razrađivan, ako ne od Marksa, onda svakako od Lenina i Trotskog pa nadalje, to je koncept društveno-ekonomske formacije, i sa druge strane zapravo koncept simboličke formacije. Šta je veza? So, where is the connection between social economic formation and symbolic formation? We will try to get that answer to this question in a slightly rounded way by comparative reading of Immanuel Kant and Adam Smith on the one hand, and Aristotle, another Marx reference, at least in his first volume of Capital, on the other. Our thesis is that there is one fundamental split in Kant's and Smith's order that is conditioned by the operation of the capitalist mode of production, a split between the categories of mind or society and the categories of nature. In Aristotle and the ancients, however, since before capitalism there is no real abstraction of commodity exchange, this split cannot be recognized either. Let's just look at the way Kant, in both his prefaces for first and second edition, opens his critique of pure reason. What he insists on is that thought is somehow self-sustaining and that the mind should be studied completely independently of all elements external to that same thought. Philosophical principles, high categories of philosophical metaphysics, such as the category of truth, is in the pure mind and not in the external categories such as God, matter, empirical phenomenon, or nature. That is, the truth about the reason is in that reason itself and not in external experience. His method is therefore an attempt to deduce the pure concepts of reason. Precisely because of this, Kant bases his research on the model of logic, which he designates as transcendental. Transcendental logic is a science that deals with actions of pure thinking, that is, concepts that are neither of empirical nor aesthetic origin. Such a science deals only with the laws of reason, but only if these relate to a priori principles. This kind of self-establishment of a priori categories was not characteristic of traditional metaphysics. Classical metaphysical thinking did not start from the self-establishment of mental categories, but from categories that are external to the mind. For example, even the ancient Greeks made a distinction between physis and nomos. Nomos are human categories. We can also characterize them as categories of society or opinions that are deceptive and subject to change. Physis are universal and immutable categories of nature or categories of universal and unquestionable truths. Human thinking is expected to conform to the categories of nature or universal truths and thus be epistemically and morally correct. In other words, the categories of the reason are not given a priori. but these depend on the categories of nature. Just as the fertility of the earth, as we will see later, was not attributed to human labor, nor was the category of truth sought in the a priori principles of reason. Here, nature is not only perceived as a set of empirical phenomena perceptible to the senses, that is, as external sensory experience as understood by Kant, but rather as a set of ideal forms towards which human thinking and actions aspire. The classical concept of nature implies the existence of some ideal pattern that can be determined by the imitation in the domain of thought. Nature is a rational and orderly entity, and thinking consists in the fact that man derives from the apparent chaos of nature those eternal principles and those necessary connections that unite the eternal and objective elements of which this nature consists. The ideal of classical metaphysics was therefore not the deduction of a priori categories of the reason, but imitation, mimesis of nature, where nature is understood as an order of eternal and unchanging truths. Kant's philosophy, on the other hand, marks the place of complete collapse of the classical concept of nature and the classical grounding of truth. For him, nature is not an ordered system of universal categories, but rather just an empirical order of sensory experience. Kant therefore operates on the background of Hume's materialistically founded empiricism. His entire philosophy is thus a critique of the materialistic assertion that the world of empirically observable phenomena, i.e. sensory experience, proceeds thought. Kant cannot base his philosophy on axiomatic truths that are external to human thought, but the truth must be arrived at by the deduction and the categories that are inherent to that same thought. With him, therefore, there is a fundamental split between thinking and nature, i.e. category of mind and the category of experience. Analogous to Kant, where therefore there is a self-foundation of knowledge, we can recognize the self-foundation of labor in Adam Smith. Smith's view of nature is as revolutionary as Kant's. Nature cannot be a source of value in itself. The only source of value is human labor, which is nothing more than the transformation of the products of nature into products of human use and exchange. This is the basis of the labor theory of value, and the reason why Smith is the true creator of this theory and not, for example, the French physiocrats. Namely, the physiocrats, by operating in late feudal environment of pre-revolutionary France, in which there is still no hint of mass industrial production, do not recognize that same industry as a place of value production, and therefore do not elaborate the theory of profit. For them, there is still only ground rent, which is generated from surpluses provided by agricultural production. Physiocrats that do not arrive at a labor theory of value because they confuse the production of value with physical productivity, i.e. the fertility of the land. Agriculture is productive because it gives a surplus that goes to rent. Industry is unproductive because it only combines raw materials into new products, and this combination does not create new value. The chef makes a tomato salad, but only the gardener, that is the land, creates new tomatoes. Physiocrats thus mix surplus value and rent, and instead of the theory of value, they offer only the theory of production costs. Agricultural products are sold more expensive than the cost of their production, and from this difference, ground rent arises. Physiocrats explain the surplus by fertility of the land, which creates new fruits whose value is greater than the value of the means for maintaining the land. Value does not arise from labor, but from the fertility of the land, that is, from nature. For physiocrats, therefore, labor is not superior to nature. Nature overdetermines labor. With Adam Smith, however, thanks to the fact that he operates in post-feudal context of the largely capitalist industrial revolution, things are exactly the opposite. Value is not created by any natural fertility of the land, but solely by human labor. Smith actually, for the first time, makes a difference between the use and exchange value of commodities and asks himself two questions. Firstly, what determines exchange value and how is it exchanged? And secondly, how to determine a universal standard for determining value. He finds the answer in labor. The value of commodities cannot be measured by the amount of other commodities or the amount of money. On the contrary, since industrial work, unlike agricultural work, no longer depends on the unpredictability and whims of nature, it is obvious to Smith that goods are the product of labor and not natural fertility, and that individuals participating in the exchange of the commodities actually exchange, or through this exchange, appropriate other people's labor. The quantity of other people's labor that I can appropriate in the exchange for my commodity is the measure of the value of that commodity. In other words, labor is the absolute measure and source of value in conditions where there is a market exchange of goods as equivalents. As in the case of Kant's pure reason, morality or disinterested art, I skipped this part about Kant. In Smith's case, labor is a self-founding category and thus a kind of ideal abstraction to which man separates himself from all other, as Smith writes, mindless beings. For Smith, labor is a process of transformation of nature by man, a process in which man exchanges matter with nature, and this exchange is enabled, regulated, and controlled by his own activity. Just as in Kant, the a priori categories of reason stand in opposition to nature, also labor in political economy stands in opposition to nature and its blind forces. Since labor is the transformation of nature, through that labor, man realizes his purpose. Only human labor is purposeful activity, while this purposefulness does not exist in nature. Also, similar to Kant, who views the categories of the reason as separate from any concrete sensory empirical experience, Adam Smith views labor as an abstract category completely separate from any concrete form of work. This is a relationship to labor that never existed before the emergence of classical political economy, that is, before the formation of the capitalist mode of production that the classics try to describe. Labor in general, abstract labor, completely indifferent to its particular determination, was not part of the thought of the people who operated, for example, within the framework of the medieval guild city economy. Labor appears here exclusively as immersed in its own particular determination. In the past, the worker was never indifferent to the determination of his work. Only in capitalism, labor is separated from its concrete appearances and treated exclusively as a use value for capital. The economic character of the worker consists in the fact that he is a barrier of labor as such as use value for capital. However, this was not the case of craftsman, a member of a guild, whose economic character rested precisely on the specificity of his work and on his relationship to a specific master. Just as Kant epistemology does not work with the concrete content of concepts, with the mind's ability to think itself, with the logical examination of concepts in general, with the a priori categories of a human reason, in the same way, classical political economy does not consider labor in its concrete, material determinations, does not deal with technical specifics of individual works, knitting, weaving, cultivating the land, etc., but treats labor as a general anthropological determinant of human action, that is, as a kind of ideal abstraction. Therefore, the split into the categories of reason in the case of Kant, that is the categories of society in the case of Smith on the one hand, and the categories of nature on the other, cannot be recognized in pre-bourgeois authors. Let's start first from the categories of thought, for which we have already pointed out that for ancient authors, those have no a priori foundations. There is no better place to confirm this than Plato's philosophy. As is well known, for him, the cause of all things is an ideas. A beautiful thing share its beauty with the idea of beauty, just as the bigger thing is what it is, because it participates in the idea of big. Therefore, all objects created according to ideas carrying the meaning of those ideas. Moreover, ideas exist independently of apparent phenomena. Plato, for example, distinguishes between, say, the equality of sensible things and equality in itself. The equality of sensible things is transitory and perishable, while the idea of equality exists both before and after equal sensible phenomena. How do we know that a certain thing is equal to another thing? From the fact that we take on the idea of equality at birth, And this idea exists even before our birth and will exist after our death. The world of ideas exists in a universal and objective way. That is, equality in itself is a kind of universality that exists almost in a quasi-religious way, beyond any individual consciousness, i.e., it refers to the existence of a certain real, eternal, unchanging, and intelligent being. Plato's categories of mind are therefore not a priori in Kant's sense. Aristotle nurtures a slightly different but basically similar approach. He also has universals, but Aristotle does not arrive at them through a quasi-religious division into the world of sensory phenomena and the world of hidden universal ideas, i.e. truth, but through the process of observing immediate phenomena. This problem is articulated by Aristotle through his famous analysis of the relationship between substance and form, which actually problematizes the relationship between universal and the particular. A certain phenomenon, particular, exists and possesses certain properties that are identical with some other phenomena. Plato and Socrates are different persons, but they are both members of the human race. The category of man is universal in relation to the particular of Socrates and Plato. Further, every member of the human race is a living being that shares its characteristics with other living beings, say horses. A living being is a universal in relation to the particularities of man and horse. Every phenomenon as a form shares certain elements with other forms, and in these common features we can recognize the substance from which both forms are composed. Substance, i.e. universal, can only be expressed through particularities of form. There is no substance independent of form. There are no universals separated from particularities. That is, the universal is embodied particularity. This is why substance cannot be expressed in any idea in itself, as Plato claims. Therefore, for Aristotle, substance, i.e. the universal, cannot be expressed by a universal term. But despite this substance exists independently of any mind. It is not an a priori construction of reason. In other words, the truth of the world is not a priori in the a priori categories of self-grounding mind, but is outside this mind. This is not Plato's quasi-religious sphere of divine and immutable ideas, but rather a complex connection of beings, objects, and ideas within the universal order of nature. Nature subsumes thought and not the other way around, as in Kant, and therefore, neither in Plato nor in Aristotle is it possible to find the fundamental split on which bourgeois thinking rests, the split into categories of minds and categories of nature. This is even more obvious if we move from the discussion on categories of thought, philosophical epistemology, to the discussion of labor, political economy. In Aristotle, unlike Adam Smith, there is no exclusivity of human labor. Human labor is only one possible procedure of transformation of matter from one form to another. Aristotle shows this in the most detailed way, again in his Metaphysics, where he explicitly states that in the process of becoming, all events arise either as creations of nature, or as creations of human art of skills, i.e. labor, or as creations of chance. Everything that becomes something due to something and starting from something. And human labor does not have a privileged and exclusive place in relation to the action of nature or mere chance. Labor in Aristotle's system does not stand in opposition to nature, but in the best case, it stands side by side with nature, or even, say, in activities such as farming, is subordinated to nature. Human labor is not creative in the strong sense of the word. It possibly only helps to transform matter from one form to another. One part of created being must necessarily have existed before. Precisely because of this, Aristotle points out, for most things in the world that are created by human hands, we say not that, but of that. For example, a statue is not stone, but of stone. We do not say the statue is wood, but of wood, not bronze, but of bronze. We do not say about a house that it is brick, but of brick. The creation of a form is preceded by the existence of another form. Just as a tree is born from a fruit, a house is built from a brick. The only difference is that in the first case, the process of becoming is mediated by nature, and in the second, man mediates. Nevertheless, human labor, i.e. the categories of society, in a qualitative sense, do not stand above the categories, i.e. the actions of nature. Labor is not creation ex nihilo. It is only a joining of pre-existing elements, say matter and form, whereby this joining is due to some driving cause and some subject. The cause can be man, it can be nature as equally purposeful force, and it can be by mere chance. Since human labor is not exclusively source of certain product, Aristotle cannot single out, theoretically abstract, any universal substrate of economic exchange. The place where Aristotle comes closest to a certain principles of political economy is in the first book of his Politics. Preceding the famous formulations of Adam Smith and Karl Marx, Aristotle singles out a double aspect of a certain product. He points out that an object, such as shoes, for example, can be used for wearing. In political economy, this is labeled as use value of shoes, but can also be used for exchange for some other products. This is the exchange value of the shoes. Shoes can be exchanged for potentially infinite numbers of other products, and it is obvious to Aristotle that there must be some general equivalent that compares shoes, a bed, and a house, for example. This general equivalent for Aristotle is money. By selling the house, the owner of the house comes into possession of money, and with this money, he can buy a certain pairs of shoes and a bed. In the first volume of Capital, Marx quotes this place from Politics and points out that Aristotle was the first in the history of thought to approach the analysis of value. Namely, Aristotle clearly states that the money form of commodities is only a further development of the simple form of value, i.e. of the expression of value of one commodity in some other commodity taken at random. It is clear to Aristotle that expression 5 beds is equal to 1 house is no different than the expression 5 beds are equal so much money. He sees, as Marx points out, that the house and the bed are in the relationship of equalization, and that without such an equalization, these two clearly different things could not be compared with each other as commensurable quantities. Without equality, there cannot be exchange, and there is no equality without commensurability. But precisely at that point, Aristotle gives up on further analysis and points out that it is still impossible for such different things to be qualitatively equal. Aristotle fails to see behind the qualitative properties of products the quantitative aspects of their comparability and to find a general logic according to which a bed costs a certain amount of money and house costs another amount of that same money. He does not develop a general theory of commodity prices because he did not develop the concept of value, and he could only arrive at the concept of value through the analysis of labor as the universal equivalent of exchange. What is that equal something, that common substance, which admits of the value of the bed being expressed by a house, asked Marx, and immediately gives the answer that Aristotle lacks: human labor. However, the reason for this inability of Aristotle to see that labor constitutes the essence of exchange does not lie in the shortcomings of his theoretical apparatus, but in the fact that he lives in a society fundamentally different from Marx. First of all, he has before his eyes a system in which the law of value does not exist. There is no comparison of concrete labors and the unification in abstract labor, and thus the prices do not reflect the productivity of the labor behind the product. He cannot arrive at the general law of economic exchange, for example, the theory of price as a monetary expression of value, because in his time such a general law does not even exist. In antiquity, the amount of labor was not a measure of value, and prices did not reflect the value of products, but this depended on non-economic and non-universal factors: time of the year, availability, quality, and before all, political hierarchy that separated participants in the exchange. Secondly, Aristotle cannot arrive at a concept of value or a general equivalent of exchange because he lives in a time when human labor was not treated as qualitatively different from the action of nature. According to Aristotle, labor does not stand against and above nature, but is subordinated to forces beyond human control. A human labor is subsumed under the nature. Therefore, labor cannot be absolute and only source of value. This is precisely why Aristotle could not develop the labor theory of value as articulated by political economists from Smith to Marx. And to conclude, there is no philosophical continuity between Kant and Aristotle. Aristotle's and Kant's philosophical abstractions are not of the same kind. This difference stems from the fundamentally different type of social formation within which the mentioned writers operated. Kant wrote within a historical situation marked by the real abstraction of commodity exchange, that is, in a society whose reproduction rested on the production of surplus value through commodity money market exchange. Aristotle, on the other hand, operated in a society that reproduced itself not through the production of surplus value, but through non-economic, political and legal hierarchies embodied in the instance of polis, where the main element is politics and the asymmetrical distribution of civil rights, and through the production of use values and not commodities. Why were there no universal categories of morality, art, science, labor before the capitalist mode of production? Precisely because the capitalist law of value did not operate in the given type of social formations. In this way, we tried to connect two categories, modes of thought and modes of production, such as we find in Marx Capital, and in the same time tried to find a way to connect two theoretical concepts, the concept of symbolic formations on the other hand, and the concept of social economic formation on the other. Thank you.
Hvala, Nikola, za ovo epistemološko intervenciju. Sada molim Alda Milohnića da dođe tu do govornice. Aldo ima temu predavanja od historičkosti strukturalizma do materialističkog koncepta historičkosti. Aldo, sada da nađem nešto iz biografije. Evo, Aldo je profesor historije teatra na Ljubljanskoj akademiji teatra, radija, filma i televizije i vodi Centar za teatarske i filmske studije. Napisao je nekoliko monografija ili je njihov soautor. Ima i bogat opus kao urednik i kao autor članaka u različitim kulturnim i teorijskim revijama. Njegovi... Evo, Aldo još traži neku vodu, dobro. Njegovi istraživački interesi pokrivaju istoriju i teoriju teatara ili pozorišta i sociologiju kulture i sociologiju umjetnosti. Evo, Aldo je našao nešto što je druga supstanca u formi i reprezentaciji Coca-Cole. Sad, Aldo, evo, imaš pola sata, ja bih te samo nešto molio, tamo lijevo i desno su satovi na steni, budi dobar pa malo gledaj. Tako da ne zakasnaš.
20 do enih končam, ne? Je res? Dobro. 60 minuta. V katerem jeziku govorimo? Mislim, jaz imam v angleščini pripravljen. Okay.
Potem ti bo verjetno najlažje v angleščini.
Dobro.
Lahko kot proti prevajaš.
Okay. First of all, I apologize for being a little bit late this morning. I wanted to, at the very last moment, it came to my mind that maybe I could finish this speech with a nice quotation from one of Rasko's books, and then I desperately wanted to translate it into English before I come, and then yeah, that's why. But I didn't succeed. I mean, I translated it only partly. Maybe I can read it in Slovenian later on, but because Rasko introduced yesterday this multilinguistic situation, which I like very much. But okay, let's remind in English. In the abstract, I explained the reasons why I decided to talk today about this topic. It has a long history. I think almost 30 years. And this is based on a paper which I didn't succeed to publish because of some unhappy circumstances at that time. I wouldn't go into meritum of it now, but I think that the topic is, of course, still worth thinking further, and I'm going to do it. I hope that after the conference, maybe there will be possibility for us participants to publish our speeches, and then maybe it would be a chance that this paper would appear finally after 30 years. So let me start with of course, it is based on, as you saw in the abstract, on the famous Ferdinand de Saussure book, his course on structural linguistics, which was, of course, not written by him, but published by his pupils later on. So we always have to keep in mind that I mean, certain contradictions you can find in it are probably the result of that circumstances. Ferdinand de Saussure founded the structural linguistic on two basic divisions. On one hand, language, or langage, actually, sorry, langage, like human speech, we would say in English, which consists of langue, so language, and parole, speaking. And on the other hand, the phenomena of language can be approached either synchronically or diachronically. Especially when dealing with the absolute division into synchrony and diachrony, his style is categorically determinant. He says, the opposition between the two viewpoints, the synchronic and the diachronic, is absolute and allows no compromises. Since for the Saussure, the only systemic linguistic is synchronic linguistics, it is of primary value for his structuralism. On the contrary, diachronic linguistics exists only on the level of parole, namely something which is still individual, which is not yet a fact of language. The Saussure term, fact of language, is, of course, similar to the Durkheim's term, social fact. Changes are interesting in other words, changings are interesting for us as soon as they pass from the field of individuality into the field of society or community. As long as linguistic phenomenon is a part of speaking or parole, it is a non-systemic, diachronic fact of speaking. As soon as it passes into the field of language, langue, it becomes a systemic, synchronic fact of language. Some linguistic phenomena never pass from the status of fact of speaking into the status of fact of language. Since these phenomena are not acknowledged by society, they cannot become social facts. They are not a part of the system. For de Saussure, this means that they should be excluded from systemic synchronic linguistics. Saussure says the diachronic perspective deals with phenomena that are unrelated to system, although they do condition them. After his course was published in 1916, not only linguistics, but also the humanities and social sciences were marked by a sharp distinction between synchrony and diachrony. But already in 1928, Yuri Tignano and Roman Jakobson argued that every system necessarily exists as an evolution, whereas on the other hand, evolution is inescapably of a systemic nature. This is a quote from Tignano and Jakobson. In the manifesto, Problems of the Study of Literature and Language, they pleaded for a revision of diachronic principles, for, as they said, the history of a system is in turn a system. In their opinion, again, quote, pure synchronic now proves to be an illusion, just because every synchronic system has its past and its future as inseparable structural elements of the system. If the history of a system, or in other words, diachronic linguistics, is really a system, could it then be possible that there is something which might be called historical structuralism? I coined it 30 years ago as a provocation, so I don't know if I managed to offer enough convincing arguments, but discussion is still open and going on. Being at the same time the Saussure's admirers and sharp critiques, Claude Lévi-Strauss, Roman Jakobson, and Emile Benveniste are all against the presupposition of the incompatibility of synchronic and diachronic linguistics. Nevertheless, the problem remains unsolved in the materialistic epistemology of structuralism, which Sreten Maric, the translator of the Saussure's course into Serbian, illustrates with the following skeptical sentence. As long as the notion of structure will not be made more flexible, I do not see any possibility for the foundation of diachrony as a scientific discipline, as it is in the case of synchrony. Although the notions of synchrony and diachrony are already well rooted in the terminologies of almost all the humanities and social sciences, they still produce dilemmas and misunderstandings. 50 years ago, exactly 50 years ago, so there is another anniversary, not only 80 years of Rasko's jubileum, but also 50 years of publishing of one of his texts. He published an article in journal Problemi about the Serbian translation, exactly that, where I quoted Sreten Maric as from his introductory essay. So he wrote about the Serbian translation of the course by the Saussure, and that text Rasko later included in the book Mesčevo zlato, Prešern do značevalcu. Already in this early article, he pointed out that the arbitrariness of the signifier in Saussure is, I'm quoting now, complementary to the concept of the systemic of the system, a concept that is decisive for the later structural method, since the structure is structured on the basis of the contradiction absent in it, but always represented, which is its existential condition. In another article from the same issue of Problemi, which is also, we could also find it in Mesčevo zlato book, he developed the thesis that Saussure's opposition, synchrony and diachrony, is a starting point that can lead us to a materialistic concept of historicity, provided that we recognize its inner contradiction and to quoting now, refute and discard the linearistic understanding of time and through structure, namely through contradiction, we arrive at the concept of contradictory historical temporality. Rasko returned to this topic in later writings, namely at the turn of the millennium in the article The System of Social Sciences and Its Effects, later published in his excellent book Species Humanistica. The opposition of synchrony and diachrony is, as Rasko says, one of the, quoting now, one of the common topoi of humanities, which we know very well is true and true problematic. However, now this is, I would say, typical for Rasko's style of writing and thinking and lecturing. However, the problematic nature of this topos is its advantage. In the humanities, we often establish the problem, so problematic, by pointing the problematic nature of conventional conceptual forms. On the problematic dimension of this common topos, I already pointed out, was already pointed out by Roman Jakobson, who argued that the biggest misunderstandings in humanities, especially in linguistics, come from the wrong identification of synchrony with static and diachrony with dynamic. I will come back to this Jakobson point later on, but let me first say something about two linguistic phenomena discussed by de Saussure in the section of the book on diachronic linguistics. Precisely the one that is usually not very attractive to structuralist or post-structuralist readers and is often overlooked, as Rasko said yesterday, I think, or the first day of the conference, I cannot remember properly anymore. So these two linguistics phenomena are analogy and agglutination. Analogies are non-phonetic modifications of the external side of words. That's something we can find in de Saussure's book. According to him, to de Saussure, analogy supposes a model and is a regular imitation. An analogical form is a form made on the model of one or more other forms in accordance with a definite rule. A good example of analogy is the Latin nominative honor. Speakers first say honus, honos, nominative and accusative. But since the S in honosem was placed between two vowels, which is in this position not resistant, it became r, giving honus honorem. Thus, the phonetic change produced a double form of the word root. Other existing paradigms, such as, for instance, orator, oratorem, created a paradigmatical environment which made it possible for honors to develop into honor. This means that the new form of the Latin nominative was produced using the following analogical metrics: oratorem, orator, honorem, honor. While phonetic changes does not introduce anything new without necessary destruction of an old form, for instance, honosem, honorem, analogy, on the contrary, is able to make double forms that can coexist for a certain time. But since language, according to de Saussure, does not like two signifiers for one idea, an older form becomes obsolete and disappears. Since they permit the simultaneous existence of various forms, analogical changes are slow and evolutionary. On the other hand, because every new phonetic change necessarily destroys an older form, phonetic changes are much more visible. They are abrupt and revolutionary. If a linguist believes in the universality, absolute universality of phonetic changes, in terms, we could say even the famous iron law of history, then he or she concludes that the only possible reason for this this development of honor is the existence of honos, which produces honor through the phonetic change. According to this doctrine, since the law of phonetic changes is universal, this change would happen anyway, regardless of a synchronic linguistic environment where the changes takes place. The historicity that had led our hypothetical linguist to the correct conclusion that honos has been supplemented by honor in a certain historical context occurred on the basis of entirely wrong premises, that the change has occurred by means of universal phonetic change without any interference from the linguistic environment, namely analogy. This lateral effect can also be found in other fields of the humanities, as Raskot convincingly demonstrated with an example from historiography in his article, Historical Facts and Historical Beliefs, an undecidable dilemma for historiography. In the article, he analyzes a historiographical problem of designating the root of Homerium, that is the sacred city limit, religious boundary around the city of Rome, in relation to Lupercalia, that is the festival which was connected to this sacred city limit, to Pomerium. The dilemma of the historiographer is where the Lupercalia taking a certain route because that was where the original Pomerium had been running, or did the Romans think that this was the line of the original Pomerium because it was the route along which Lupercalia were running? The problem is, of course, how to find out in what direction the historical causation operates. In his article, Rasko analyzes various possibilities. We don't have time to go into details now, and shows that a historiographer can reach correct or wrong conclusions based on correct or wrong assumptions. For our discussion here, from an epistemological point of view, the most important variant is when the historiographer reaches the correct conclusion on the basis of wrong assumptions. Just as historiographer can correctly determine what happened with the establishment of the Pomerium, even though he proceeds from wrong assumptions, so a linguist can correctly determine that there was a phonetic change, even though he came to this conclusion on the basis of wrong assumptions. Considering only the rules of phonetic change, the linguist might have assumed that honos has been supplemented by honor within the realm of phonetic change. For any other interpretation would violate the law of phonetic changes as, let's say again, iron law of history. Despite the linguist's correct conclusion, the honor replaced honos in the course of historical change. This conclusion has been reached wrongly because honos did not have any influence on the production of honor. It is true that phonetical change is responsible for supplementation of honosem by honorem, but from this moment on, the changes are going on according to the principle of analogy. Honorem invokes, for instance, oratorem or any other similar form of Latin accusative. which in turn applies its own nominative orator in order to produce a new form, honor. If the linguist believes in the absolute power of the law of phonetic changes, he or she will assume that the responsibility for the change taking place can be only on the side of phoneme, for it is the element which is subject to change. It is precisely this evidence, in quotation, which blinds him or her for analogy works differently. What is important is precisely the element which is not the subject of change. This conclusion has certain epistemological consequences. The systemic approach is efficient only if it is complemented by the diachronic. This means that I agree with Jakobson's thesis, saying that the biggest misunderstandings are products of confusing synchrony with static and, on the other hand, diachrony with dynamic. Synchrony and static are far from being the synonymous. This is particularly obvious when dealing with the analogy. What is important is the simulations that simultaneous existence of various analogical structures, for the change is made possible precisely by the dynamics of their mutual relations. In contrast to phonetic change, analogy is relatively motivated. In phonetic change, honosem, honorem, we could say that skeleton of the form honosem passed to honorem, regardless of meaning, interferences, possible comparisons, nothing like that. On the contrary, the analogical change, honos, honor, requires a knowledge of the forms, namely the formula oratorem, orator, honorem, honor. But then we might ask ourselves, how is it possible that such different phenomena, on one hand, motivated analogy, and on the other hand, arbitrary phonetic change, can both be factors of linguistic changes? According to Jonathan Culler, the arbitrarity of the linguistic sign is a factor in linguistic changes. If there were any motivation in the linguistics, if there were any motivation in the linguistic sign, then the sign would resist any change. But how could we then explain the analogical changes of the linguistic sign? Let me skip this part, we don't have time. No? According to Oswald de Croo and Cvetan Todorov, analogy is a factor of conservation rather than modification, in the sense that it corrects deviations, please in quotation marks, deviations, as products of phonetic changes. Their explanation of analogy is based on the Saussure theory of the interaction between the irrational, quoting now, irrational principle of the arbitrariness of the sign and the corrective mechanism of relative motivation. Since there is no panchronic or ahistorical phonetic law, phonetic changes will not be sufficiently explained until they are placed in an adequate historical context. Analogy works according to the principle of coexistence and gradually dismissing of the double forms. In this sense, analogy can be compared with the function of archaisms in literature and language. Archaisms have a diachronic relation to the past systems, but at the same time, they are in synchronic relation to the present system of literature and language and so on, where they have various functions, like high, ironic, etc., uses of language. In respective synchronies, a word has not the same meaning. It is linked to the various systems of grammatical and syntactic facts, etc. So we could say that, maybe we could say that the historical aspects of structuralism consist of the historization of respective synchronies. Agglutination is the second phenomenon. Agglutination is the second most important factor of creating of new words, according to de Saussure. De Saussure's definition of agglutination is rather simple. He says, agglutination is the welding or melting together of two or more originally distinct terms that frequently occur as a syntagm within the sentence into one unit which is absolute or hard to analyze. Agglutination is arbitrary and non-motivated. The agglutination process proceeds in three phases. Firstly, the combining of several terms in a syntagm. Secondly, the synthesizing of the elements of the syntagm into a new unit. And finally, let's say cosmetic improvements such as unification of accent, special phonetic changes, and so on. Some simple examples of de Saussure are, for instance, synthesizing of, he has also examples from Old Greek, but let me use the modern languages. So from French, we have, as you know, we have in French like déjà, toujours, aujourd'hui, which are written, which are then, in course of time, melted together. So we now have toujours, and not toujours, but toujours, or aujourd'hui, and so on. These examples show the threefold difference between analogy and agglutination. Firstly, in agglutination, a new word is created, like aujourd'hui, is created through the synthesis of two or more units, while analogy starts from lesser units and builds them into greater units. Secondly, agglutination works on the syntagmatic level, while analogy functions on the paradigmatic level. And thirdly, agglutination proceeds mechanically. So maybe we can say even similar to Freud's mechanism of economized psychic expenditure. Where, on the other hand, or to the contrary, analogy is a procedure that requires analysis and combinations, intelligent action, and intention. At the very beginning of the chapter, the chronic units, identities, and realities, de Saussure draw a scheme of phonetic, analogical, and agglutinative changes on the diachronic axis of language. Intuitively, one might spontaneously say that the Saussure's scheme is adequate as possible graphic visualization of Freud's and Althusser's overdetermination, Überdeterminierung. But maybe we don't have tape, we don't have a blackboard here, yeah? Okay, this is the modern lecturing room and there is no blackboard. No, we don't have time. We don't have time. I'm afraid that you will break my presentation before I come to the final point. So I will improvise. So you can imagine, I mean, it's not hard to imagine. You can imagine to have two lines, you know, two lines. This is epoch 1 and this is epoch 2, okay? Or A and B in de Saussure. And then, no, they don't. Okay, You see, technology. Okay, that's enough. So, A, B, something like that. I'm improvising now a lot because we don't have time. So this is scheme A, the first scheme, and then we have the scheme, the second scheme, which is something like this, or now. No, ne rabim več. Ne rabim, tukaj sem, ne, to je boljše. Po mikrofonija. So, it's good to have this that you can see. I don't know if it's on Zoom, it is visible. So, let me explain firstly. The structure with which is overdeterminate is according to Althusser, is a complex structure totality with the dominant. Condensations, for instance, condensations of words and images in dreams, condensations of... Ne, screen, pusti. Ne, pusti, ker to ne, ker bomo sem zakomplicirali. Pusti, vse je v redu, hvala. Vse je simple, ni problem. Condensations, for instance, condensations of words and images in dreams, condensations of class struggles as a particular positions in society, and so on. As well as displacement. For instance, as of course, you see that I'm using the terminology from post-structuralistic Althusserian writings, and also Freudian terminology, and so on, as well as displacements. For instance, displacement of the latent dream thoughts into manifest content, displacement of the dominant, which at the same time defines all the elements of a structure, as well as the dominant itself, etc., take place within the totality. It will be more clear if we read the Saussure scheme of linguistic changes on the diachronic axis, together with the previous scheme, which is on the synchronic. So this first scheme is so the Saussure's scheme of synchronic situation, and here the second scheme is on diachronic situation. The Saussure draws the first scheme because he wants to display a hypothetical, I would say idealistic diachronic structure. This structure would be possible only under the condition that the passing from the synchrony A to synchrony B takes place in the conditions of a linguistic vacuum. In other words, in an idealistic state without contradictions, namely those elements which could somehow disturb the direct development of the synchronic unit A to the synchronic unit B. The existence of such a scheme would automatically mean that there is a diachronic law, that diachronic changes are also systemic, and finally that there is an iron law of history. But this scheme is for the Saussure nothing more than a visualization for the sake of prophecy. So it is propedeutic mean used by the Saussure. He therefore immediately offers another scheme which represents the chaotic, contingent, and non-systemic character of analogy, agglutination, and phonetic evolution. I hope that I took, yes, I have it. This is from the English translation of the course, where he says, the elements are distributed differently from one moment to the next by virtue of events enacted in the, nice metaphor, in the theater of language, which the result that they would be more aptly represented by this drawing. This is confirmed by all that has been said about the consequences of phonetic evolution, analogy, agglutination. So the first idealistic scheme represents a structure without the dominant. the constellation which anticipates every new synchrony, the structure without contradictory relations. And finally, in this scheme, synchrony is confused with statics. On the other hand, the Saussure's second scheme takes into account the contradictions which make possible the structuredness of the totality with the dominant. This does not mean that the hierarchy of instances is defined once and for all. It is just the opposite. Instances permute on the diachronic axis of language. Although he does not use terms from the arsenal of materialistic theory, the Saussure claims the same, basically the same. He says, within a given language, all evolutionary moments may be characterized by continual passage from motivation to arbitrariness and from arbitrariness to motivation. And in his book, Spisi is Humanistica, Rasko has, he commented also this situation, and he has a very nice poetic sentence, which I like very much. I tried to translate it into English, but I'm bad in doing that. Each synchronic section is therefore a dream that language dreams throughout its history. Vsakokratni sinhroni prerez so potemtakem sanje, ki jih jezik sanja skozi svojo zgodovino. Now, we are approaching the end of the presentation, so no job for you. I mean, I will stop myself on myself. Yeah, don't worry. So, okay. So I'm very disciplined, you know, because yesterday I was in your position and it was not an easy panel, as you know. I'm even tired now because of the yesterday, you know, panel, which was very long and complex. Yeah. But I'm disciplined, you see. And I'm going to finish. For Rasko, a very important part of the Saussure's book is the chapter on geographic linguistics, which is also that part of course which basically nobody's reading, only a few fanatics. We too being among them. So in the chapter on geographic linguistics, here we can see that all around the geographic space, we see the waves of language. So the waves of language are spread all around the geographic space. And what is interesting is that language system is obviously a contingent result of those waves, of overlappings and different kind of contingent situations. As we could learn also from Pupovac's lecture on the first day of the conference, as well also in Rasko's comment on that Pupovac's lecture, changes could be initiated not only within the language, not only the matter of linguistic system, but could also come from outside, could be initiated by certain instances that are, how to say, that are linguistic environment. It could be also connected with, let's say, political linguistics politics or ideology and many other things. So this point is very important because we can having it in mind, but we don't have time to go into details now. I have to stop really. We could somehow connect this idea I was talking about with Althusser's late theories on aleatoric materialism, which would be, I think, worth thinking further and trying to develop this basic idea and to see how it functions within the Althusser's theories of aleatoric materialism. Unfortunately, I don't have time now for it. Rasko mentioned it. This idea actually came from Rasko's book, Specie is Humanistica, but it was also mentioned by Rasko just in one footnote, and it just left in that footnote. So maybe there is food for thinking for both of us. So I'm concluding now.
Sure. So
yeah, this is the project for the future. Yeah, and I'm going. Well, don't worry, I'm going to stop here. But before I stop, I just this is a good chance for me to say it, and I really want to say it. That first of all, thank you very much, organizers, to invite me to this conference. It was my great pleasure, and I'm honored that I'm here with you. And it is my great pleasure and honor that I got the opportunity to say something about this very old text, but which is obviously again very interesting for me. And these texts and many other texts, books, and many other things I do in my life are in this or that way connected with what I learned from Rasko Močnik. And that's maybe the moment I can say thank you, Rasko.
Naš treći predavatelj sada je Primož Krašovec sa atraktivnim naslovom. Naslov predavanja je Julija Primic and ChatGPT, Does Generative Artificial Intelligence Need Emotions? Torej, ta Julija Primic je seveda prišla v bližino ChatGPT iz neke znamenite Rastkove knjige Julija Primic v slovenski literarni vedi. Inače, za one koji možda ne znate, ona je bila muza od Franceta Prešerna, koji je prvi i verovatno još uvijek najznačajniji poet slovenskog naroda i njegov ideološki kreator. I o tom fenomenu je Rastko dosta pisao. Sad nekoliko informacija o Primožu. Primož je učitelj sociologije kulture tu na našem odsjeku, na ovoj fakulteti. Predava predmete iz epistemologije, ideologije, teorije tehnologije i digitalnih kultura. Najviše se bavi sa nekim presekom između kapitalizma i tehnologije i sa novim medijskim kulturama. Njegova zadnja knjiga u slovenščini ima naslov Tujost kapitala. To bi rekli tuđost kapitala. Stranost kapitala. Evo.
I will also talk in English because my slides are in English, and also I practice in my head in English. But we can come back to either Slovenian or Serbo-Croatian in the discussion. So this presentation is part of my wider and ongoing research into human and machine intelligence and their mutual relations as well as differences. And in this presentation, I will cover just a small part of this research. So the question, again, of human and machine intelligence, but only in respect to language, writing, and creativity. So artificial intelligence that will feature is just large language models, not artificial intelligence as such. But before I go on with my presentation, partly because it's already the last day of the conference and the last presentation in the panel, so it's been long 3 days and long 2 hours already today. I would like to start with a joke. This is like more serious justification why I would like to start with a joke, but more realistic is I thought of it on the way, literally on the way to the faculty this morning, and I thought it was really good. So I want to share it with you. It's a variation on a joke that you probably know. It's been around the internet for a very long time, and it's a joke. I have to draw it like what do Excel program for making spreadsheets, Incel, and me eating a fig, a fruit fig, have in common? Incorrectly assuming that something is a date. So my variation that involves Julia Primic and ChatGPT, and I added facts. So this is Julia Primic, this is ChatGPT, and I added facts. So what do Julia Primic, ChatGPT, and facts have in common? They all don't care about your feelings. So now with the introduction, this is not a start of my presentation. Now with the last minute introduction that I added to better situate my presentation in the whole context of this conference, because as you can imagine, the topic of human and machine intelligence, it's not, at least at the first glance, very well connected to the topic of historical materialism theory of ideology. It is connected to epistemology, which is also the topic of this panel. So I'll just make a 2-3 minutes introduction just to situate this topic in historical materialism, theory of ideology, and I will talk more about epistemology in the presentation itself. So basically, as you can see from the subtitle, what I call in the subtitle humanist reactions to generative artificial intelligence, this will be, I will call this ideology, and this will be a target of my ideology critique, but I will do this in this very basic or very fundamental historical materialism sense. So why I say basic or fundamental, I will not talk about how artificial intelligence and its development is embedded into capitalism, capitalist technological relation, or the exploitation of workers in Africa who label examples for ChatGPT, etc., because there's literally thousands of pages of literature on that topic, and I just don't want to repeat things that are already known. I have to at least, I want to try to at least attempt to add something original to this discussion. So this original take on the level of procedure would be to critique of artificial intelligence, not discourses surrounding artificial intelligence like Silicon Valley discourses or transhumanist discourses, but humanist critiques of artificial intelligence by using essentially historical materialist theory of ideology. But also my approach will be, this is the basic part of this basic historical materialism, very basic, even pre-Althuserian, in a sense more like a German ideology sense of this basic first class course of Marxism, in a sense that I will attempt to critique or analyze this ideology as having material, as Marxists would say, material motivation. So this would be the main difference, I think, between, let's say, liberal ideology critiques on one hand and Marxists on the other. Marxists, no matter whether they are Althuserian or come from some other school, Marxists will always say it's not just the discourse, or it's not just ideology in its language form. It always has some kind of material basis, or it comes out of some material relation. So this is what I mean when I say also these humanist reactions to artificial intelligence, they're also materially motivated. And if you just critique the discourse while leaving these material motivations intact or unanalyzed, the ideology that you want to get rid of will just keep coming back, because liberals, they don't attack racism, they attack hate speech, and hate speech just keeps coming back because the material practices of either individual or structural racism remain intact. So just to give an example from a movie, a very good movie from the 2000s. Its title is Believer. It's a movie about two juvenile Jewish neo-Nazis who are ordered sentenced by a social worker to go on like this workshop with Auschwitz survivors, where they would confront another culture, see the Jews are human beings, and maybe get rid of their anti-Semitic racist ideology. And what happens in this confrontation? They go to this NGO and they're confronted with the old Auschwitz survivors, and they completely ignore them and engage in a discussion. One is a Holocaust denier, and he says that if Hitler did not, or the Germans, the Nazis did not kill 6 million Jews, only 150,000 or so, so it wasn't really a genocide, and so on. And the other says, so you're saying that Hitler is an idiot, how incompetent you must be to have like 5 years and all of this infrastructure and only manage to kill 150,000 people. So they go on about this anti-Semitic polemic, and they completely ignore. So this would be one example of the naivety of the liberal approach to ideology critique. So to just sketch this before I go into details, just sketch the ideology that will be a target of my critique. I think it's best expressed. I don't have it on a slide because this was the part that I also added this morning on the way here. I think it would be best expressed with you probably, if you follow news about AI and related developments, you probably also follow this big strike last year of Hollywood screenwriters. I know it affected me. If you ask me a question about how does it affect you personally, it actually did, because it delayed Dune the second movie for half a year. So it really pissed me off. In this, I felt like some spontaneous solidarity with the striking workers, but it also annoyed me because I had to wait for the Dune second movie. But you probably remember the most shared picture or the most iconic image of this strike was a protester holding a poster where it said, ChatGPT has no childhood trauma. And I think this is this ideology that I want to critique today, this humanist reaction to AI, especially to large language models. So AIs who can use human natural language freely. This slogan or this image captures this in a nutshell. You could write a book just about the ideology, humanist ideology surrounding artificial intelligence, just by analyzing or unpacking everything that is condensed ideologically in this image. But to simplify it, because I'm still at the introduction, I haven't come to the presentation yet. To simplify it, basically what you have are two contradictory statements. So one is ChatGPT is inferior to humans, to human intelligence. It doesn't even have childhood trauma. And you can unpack, it doesn't have childhood trauma. This also means it doesn't have subjective experience that would allow him to experience anything. So it doesn't have personal history, it doesn't have personality. So basically you have this dismissive attitude. Since it doesn't have all these features that human intelligence has, like subjective experience, memory, personal, like a self that involves, or an ego that involves, that is structured biographically and so on, it is inferior. So basically, and you probably know this statement. So you probably don't go to, I don't want to offend you, probably don't go to literary festivals, but if you miss your way on the countryside and end up at a literary festival, there are good chances you will stumble upon a round table where literati will discuss how artificial intelligence is really not intelligent. Or if you listen in this faculty, this is actually stupid. Or if you go to this faculty, like a Senate meeting where we discussed, this actually happened, it's a true story, where we discussed what to do about artificial intelligence. A lot of the colleagues would spontaneously assume this dismissive attitude. They would say, and this is a prime example of another ideology, which I call academic cringe. They would say artificial intelligence. So it's not real. Of course, we know it's not real. It's actually stupid. So basically, you have this statement, or it's not real. Yeah, it's real. It's not real intelligence. It's stupid. So, and then, but on the other hand, you have this excessive fear. So it's stupid. It's inferior, but it will overcome us. It will take our jobs. It will destroy us. So basically, in the way this contradiction is usually not reflected. How can something so stupid and inferior actually take over the world? Like take over jobs from human writers, intellectual, and so on. But when it is result in the following way: it will take over, but that will destroy our intellectual space, precisely because this stupid thing will, this inferior intelligence will take over. This will mean the end of literacy, the end of like all human intellectual achievements. I think Al Kiran 2 days ago mentioned something like that. So now we have these algorithms, algorithmic capitalism. So all of our intellectuality, all of our intellectual achievements are in danger. So this is the way that this contradiction plays out. But basically, this is still the level of a liberal critique of ideology. So basically, you analyze it, or you begin analyzing it, you describe it, and you find some contradiction or some inconsistency in it, and then you do a rational critique of this inconsistency or this contradiction, while assuming that people will be enlightened by your rational argumentation, and they will say, "Oh no, how did I overlook that?" So you assume that these contradictions, or whatever this ideology consists of, are not precisely not motivated. So this is the naive. Liberal position, which presumes that ideology comes from prejudice, the lack of knowledge. So basically, you have to enlighten people with rational argumentation and knowledge, and then the ideology will go away. So now I will go into what I think is like the social or material motivation of this ideology. Well, some of it could be analyzed again with very basic Marxist tools. It's about the money. It's about the economy. So basically, they're losing gigs. So it's a rational, like screenwriters, translators, and so on. They're losing gigs. They're afraid they're losing income. So this is like a very, very rational trade unionist response. But they will never admit it's about the money. So you could explain it with a very in this simple, basic Marxist terms. You can explain it. Actually, it is about money, about their class interest, and so on. But then that leaves the question: why do they not express it as their class interest? Because when workers will strike against migration, they will put it on a poster directly. They will say they will take our jobs. So basically, they express their fears, their economic fears and insecurities directly. So why this twisted turn? Why talk about childhood trauma? Why not just say they will take our gigs, or they will take our income, or something like that? But I think this could be explained with a bit more sophisticated Katja Praznik theory of artwork. I think she talked about it yesterday. She calls this disavowal in relation to artistic work. And I think Bourdieu wrote about this 50 or 40 years ago already. So basically what is specific for artists is that they will never admit that anything about what they do is about money. So this is what creates a distinction of artwork, but also complicates their trade unionist engagement and struggle. So basically artists in relation to money are like how Zizek explains the breakup. It's like, it's not you, it's me, but nevertheless it's you. So it's not about money, it's about a higher calling, but nevertheless it's about money. This is the way how relation to money in art or intellectual world, it's complicated, but still this could be a basic Marxist explanation. It's about class interest, it's about economy, it's about money, but with a bit more sophisticated twist that, let's say, Katja Praznik theory of disavowal of money and the economic questions in the art field brings, but I think we can complicate or must complicate it further, because we still haven't explained why it takes this specific humanistic form. So because still you can disavow economy in many different ways. You can say it's not about economy, it's about flowers. You can say it's not about economy, it's about anything else. So basically you have a whole spectrum of things that are not economy to disavow economy and money. So my question will be, why this specific form? Why this humanism? Why this this very pathetic, very cringy reversal to this basic humanist position? It's about our souls, it's about our subjective experiences, it's about our emotions and so on. So the question, this will be my hopefully original contribution to this critique of this type of humanism. Why I will try to explain why it assumes these specific forms, this very basic, or I will call it later factory settings humanism. But I don't think here I deviate, at least from basic Marxism. I don't think this is it is materially motivated, but not economically motivated, but motivated in a much more primordial sense of how our minds work at all, or how human intelligence works at all. So now I come to the first slide of my actual presentation. So this is the answer to a question. So before we go to a large to the question of large language models and like public reactions or ideological reactions to them, I think it's very important to first clarify what we are talking about. So because this is not a specialist public or a specialist conference on artificial intelligence. So basically, to put it very simply and as simple as possible, current artificial intelligence is not what we usually think. So one of these preconceptions or prejudices about artificial intelligence is that these are classic computer programs, just a bit more capable, or just a bit more powerful. And this is expressed in a prejudice like ChatGPT is just autocomplete on steroids and so on. So basically simple computer programs which are just a bit upgraded or a bit more capable. So I want to start with what I will call not epistemological rupture in this classical Althuserian sense, but maybe a real epistemological rupture influenced by Son Rettel's distinction between abstraction that takes place in thought and then a real abstraction that takes place in actual outside reality. So I would call what deep learning, the current generation of artificial intelligence brings, is a real epistemological rupture. It's not something that happens in thought or in your head, but it actually happens in the outside reality in intelligent machines. So, and then there are different ways of how to work through that epistemological rupture that already happened in the reality. So basically, this is our assignment now as intellectuals from the humanities. We have to unpack the consequences of this epistemological rupture. So it's not the usual assignment for a theorist. It's not you have to read books and then think of something and you will make an epistemological rupture in your head and then share it with the rest of the world. But the world already did its epistemological rupture. So now you have to decode it or decipher it, first understand it, then explain it. And part of this is also ideology critique, because in this empty space, this always happens, you know, this from Althuserian theory, in this empty space where epistemological rupture already happened, but since it's real, it has no theory. So in this space, currently, this type of humanist ideologies circulate. So what is needed is another anti-humanist gesture, which can, hopefully, probably it will not, from what I know from 10 years working in this central institution in the humanities, I don't think that this intellectual rupture will succeed at all. Probably 50 years from now, you will still have these same people who will say artificial intelligence and so on. So it probably will not succeed, but it's a lot of, so I will not frame my intervention in this as answering to some higher calling. I do it because it's interesting and it's fun. I don't have any hopes of any like higher purposes for it. But to come back to like real epistemological rupture, I think this epistemological rupture already happened in the intelligent machine, or in the way this intelligent machine works. And this is a transition, to put it again very, very simply. It's a transition from classic programming, where machines still function as slaves. So this is like a standard computer program. You write an algorithm, it says, if this happens, then you do this, and then computer follows it exactly. So what is written in a code, computer executes. So this would be a classical standard computer programming. But what happens with deep learning is precisely the opposite. So basically what programmers write is just a basic outline, or they specify a certain goal for a computer to do, but they don't specify instructions. So for example, let me use linguistics for example, because I will keep coming back to language and linguistics later on. For example, the way a language, the use of human natural language would be programmed in a classic way would be to specify rules to a computer. So we would specify grammatical rules, syntax, and so on. So basically you would translate linguistic theory into the language of computer code, and then feed it to a computer, and then computer would execute it. It would start a sentence with a subject, then it would check rules, and it's usually a verb that follows the subject, and then it would choose appropriate verb with appropriate leaning and so on, and then end with an object in appropriate declination. It would also execute rules all the way. But the problem is this has already been tried, and it was tried for decades from the 1950s on, and it was completely unsuccessful. This was the failure of the first wave, or so-called symbolic artificial intelligence. So attempt to develop artificial intelligence as programming and rule execution. So what assumed its place in the 21st century is deep learning, which proceeds in the opposite way. So basically you specify a goal, like for example, use a natural language, and then you program not the software, but the hardware part, or a simulation of a computer architecture called neural network, and then let the computer do the learning on its own. So basically, or you feed it like it happens with large language models. They don't know of any rules of language or rules of grammar. They don't even know that such a thing as language or grammar exists. There's nothing about linguistic rules in them. They are fed millions and millions of examples, and then they learn to recognize regularities or patterns in these text examples on their own. So they basically, as they learn, they make up their own linguistics, which has nothing in common with linguistic theory as we know it, or as we think we practice it. But this already happened in the 2000s. So already in the 2000s, with first smartphones, we already had application that had this epistemological rupture in them working. working materially, but not only was there no reaction, nobody outside of specialists in computer science even realized that this epistemological rupture or this revolution already took place. Why? Because on the level of the user interface, this artificial intelligence still gave the appearance that it works as a slave, that it takes orders and executes them. So for example, if you take, and some of them still work that way today. So for example, if you input, I want to go to Beograd to Google Maps, it would spit out the appropriate map. So, but all the autonomous learning process that went into it is hidden from the user. So you can still think about computer as a stupid slave. So basically, you can still have this relation to a computer or a smartphone that Aristotle had towards slaves, where he wrote famously that slaves do not have reason or are not intelligence. They have just enough reason to recognize and execute orders, but not enough to think for themselves. Therefore, it is just that they are slaves. This is precisely the attitude that we have to computers, and this is precisely this dismissive attitude. It hasn't changed. This prejudice towards machines and techne is still the same as it was. So this is one of the, I think, material motivation for this humanist critique of AI. So even given the evidence of the opposite, we will tend to be dismissive and perceive it as stupid due to this very, very old, very entrenched prejudice against machines. They might be good at material, mechanistical tasks, but they are definitely inferior in thinking, imagination, creativity, and so on. So now the next question: then why the cultural panic? Or moral panic surrounding ChatGPT, because nothing changed under the hood, really. I mean, there was an invention of transformer, but which is a very important invention in the history of deep learning. But this is topic for nerds for a very specific conference. But in general, nothing really outside of that. Nothing essentially changed under the hood in how neural networks work or how deep learning works. But what happened is that ChatGPT was the first application, massively used application, that actually showed to the user on the level of the user interface that it doesn't work as a slave. It doesn't work as a pre-programmed slave that merely execute orders, because talking to ChatGPT is not like, because, you know, we had textual or even voice commands on classic computers before deep learning, but they would be, for example, you would have your hands full, you would come home from a store, and you could tell to the smart door open, and they would open, or you could wave your hands and the lights would come on. So you could have like linguistic input, but it was still an execution of order. You would talk to a computer as you would to a dog or a slave, and so on, not as another human being, but suddenly you have a computer program that can actually respond and talk and use fluently and freely human natural language. So I think this causes, or this triggers, this cultural shock and this moral panic surrounding artificial intelligence. So not only it is already actually intelligent under the hood, but it shows it reveals it to the user. So this is why in late 2022, all of this moral panic starts. Firstly, like they will go into war with humanity, and they will exterminate humanity. First, you have this hyperbolic dystopian scenarios, but after a couple of months, it settled into what I will call a humanist reaction. Actually, there is no fear. It's actually stupid. It's actually inferior to human intelligence. So now I will describe this humanist. A ja že večkrat povem. Od 12, ja. Dobro, potem bom, potem bom preskočil. Še naprej na primere humanistične reakcije na humanistične reakcije na umetno inteligenco, zelo verjetno ste jih že videli, pa jih boste prepoznali. Zdaj nisem hotel biti zloben, se pravi, nisem šel copy-paste reportov I didn't want to copy-paste reports from Vilenica Literary Festival and so on, because these are low-hanging fruits, and I felt like a bully, because these reactions to artificial intelligence are so incredibly stupid that you feel like a bully when you go to, even if you intend to be a bully or objectively bully, because you're dealing with challenged people. So I try to take good examples from artists that I personally like and admire. But if you look at the FK Tweaks, I think this was this spring, it was in early April, she gave this talk or this testimony before some American court institution regarding author property rights, artwork, and so on. And she kept coming back to authentic human experience. So this is like a textbook, probably Althusser is spinning in his grave like a propeller. This is like this humanist textbook. You have inner essence, you have authentic human experience and so on. And then you have, of course, not to beat on the dead horse, but I will. You have this probably the most famous example of Nick Cave's reaction to a song written in the style of Nick Cave by ChatGPT, where he goes, I bolded it. It's a replication. It's an imitation. It cannot create a genuine song. So you have all of this humanist pathos. So it's authenticity, it's originality of human experience. So ChatGPT has no inner being, can never have an authentic human experience. It's merely a mimicry or a replication, but that can never reach the human original and so on. It knows nothing about this level of patheticness. I don't think I witnessed it since the elementary school when we were talking about Prešeren and his love to Julia, of the authentic creative struggle that precedes the invention of the unique lyric. And so you have all of these pathos, but then at least come to the Močnik and Julia, and then I will conclude. So basically, you have this to continue with our analysis of humanist reaction to artificial intelligence. Basically, you have this connection made, but not really explicated. It seems so obvious that there is no need for an explanation. So there is this ideological connection between human experience or human emotional experience and human creativity in writing, in poetry, in art, and so on. So basically, you have this ideological assumption that human creativity, including poetry and all the other art forms, is basically an expression. So this I would call the humanist hypothesis. It's actually an expression of this innermost authentic emotional experience. And this is what not only differentiates human intelligence from machine intelligence, but actually makes it superior. So we have all of these feelings. They're very unique. You heard that they're very unique. They're very authentic. And then we express them. And this makes us better from anything computer can do or hopes to ever do. But this is where I come to Močnik and Julia. If one takeaway, one of the many, it's a very rich, and I'm not doing it justice, but one takeaway I took from a Močnik analysis of Prešeren's poetry, that everything they taught us about Prešeren in elementary school and his relation to Julia was wrong, because as you all know, in elementary school you learn Prešeren was this poet. They had this humanist default that I was talking about. So basically, poets are people who have very intense inner emotional experience. They're very sensitive. That's why they have all of this experience. And then they express them and we get poetry. And in Prešeran's case, he's this very sensitive guy, has inner emotional experiences, and then falls in love with Julia. Julia rejects him, doesn't even know he exists, ghosts him. And then he's very sad. And this is how we get Prešeran's poetry. But then we can also flip it around. We can say if this were true, because this is, if you think about it, this is not an uncommon situation. So basically you have a middle-aged creep who has a thing for a teenage girl who is unavailable. This is not only extraordinary, this is probably the most common thing. Either you buy a motorcycle or you have a thing for an unavailable teenage girl. But that would mean an inflation of sonetni venec or curse prisavice and so on. So that would mean like for your 50th birthday, you don't buy a sports car cabrio, you write a sonetni venec, but this doesn't happen. So it has to be, this is my very vulgar simplified recapitulation of Močnik's point, or at least one of the takeaways from his book. So basically you have to search for something else. So basically poetry or any other creativity, it's not an expression of inner feelings or inner emotions. So it has to be something else, even for humans. So this is, and then we can start exploring the way human intelligence works. So this is basically the point where we can drop these humanist assumptions, but then we open up a whole space for a theory of not only machine, but also human intelligence. So if creativity is not as our intuition or common sense or elementary school teachers tells us an expression of our innermost emotion, then what is it? And then when we start to explore it, we can see that it's much more machinic in the Lezogatarian sense, or much more algorithmic than we assumed. So basically we get not distance, but closeness between machine and human intelligence. I will just show one more slide, I promise. Because I have a very, very good example. This is where I analyze this humanism as fetishism, but I will publish this in a reader. So it will take too much time, but this is one counterexample, because I said I will have some examples and counterexamples. I had two examples now, at least one counterexample. This is about Walter Scott, the master of the 19th century historical novel. It's a really interesting example because but then when you think about literature, you can also say, what about Karl May? This would be also a good counterexample. He wrote all his novels in prison. He had absolutely no authentic experience of the Wild West or Turkey or whatever he was writing about. So he was literally making things up. And this is the definition of human creativity, because a lot of people say, but ChatGPT is just making things up. This is literally definition of human creativity. We make things up. This is what you do when you sit down to write a novel. You literally make things up. And the definition of imagination is going beyond your experience. This is the very, very definition of imagination. So basically, a good writer always has to overcome his own experience. And this is what language allows us to do. This is Leroy-Goron's theory of language. If language is what makes human species special, it is precisely because it allows us to go beyond our immediate experience, the situation we are experiencing. So for example, a dog can only bark when it is really upset or really hungry, but you can say, I was upset yesterday, or you can make up. This is what language allows us to go beyond our experience. And on this very basic function of language, the whole written art is predicated. The whole of poetry, the whole of literary production is predicated on language as allowing us to go beyond our own experience. So experience and emotions have literally nothing to do with language. But this is to come back to this counterexample. So Walter Scott suffered a series of debilitating strokes towards the end of his life, which greatly impaired his his conscious functions. So he could barely speak. He did not recognize people, but he continued writing. So this unconscious algorithmic machinic process remained intact. So he kept writing books. They suffered some in quality, but not much. They were still recognizably his, and they were still novels. So basically, the unconscious machinic part was left intact, while this experiential, emotional, conscious part was impaired. But that did little to hamper his writing. So this is just to conclude. This is how we can come back from the thinking about machine intelligence to the also epistemological rupture about how we think about human intelligence, because the human intelligence also in this light or in the reverse also appears much more machinic that our common sense or our humanist prejudice would tell us. Thank you. No, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Primož. Now I'm opening the debate. We have half an hour.
I have a question for Nikola Dedic. It was actually it is a text. When we follow just the text, when you're reading, it's actually difficult to have some statement and some deep insights. I would just ask you if this form, which we can recognize through the particularity, and there is substance, is it applicable to arts? So can we use the same method or thinking? That would be the first question. Should I take another question for the other? Or? Aldo. I have a question for Aldo. You finished with from the end. The conclusion was, so how the forms or the language or the words are changing, have new. So you said from arbitrarity to motivation and backwards. That is the conclusion of the process of changing the word. Can you explain a little bit more if I didn't understand? Sorry. And of course, Primož Krašovec give me a lot to think. So this is so we are in the end, as Harari also wrote, the end of the soul. There is no more soul. There is no more inner being in the time of technology. So we have to say goodbye to these ideas. And of course, the artist would argue that no, many artists still believe that the motivation is inner feelings or inner experience or inner pain, or it is a motivation. It's not actually what you try to visualize directly. It could be a second step. So that was the first, and the second is what we say about values, which is also after the 22. It's the main discussion how we put inside the values into the IE. So there are already values put it inside, as you can see. Yeah? There's the same amount of I don't know, women and the men. When you ask some picture to develop, they would give you half. So it's not just the men anymore. For example, this is a values.
What do you think about values? And the other thing is it's making up AI or ChatGPT. So we have to check it, double check, or he just give us some pages which does not exist, like the human rights page in Slovenia. There's not exist anymore, this organization. I'm not exactly, maybe it's not the human rights organization, it's something else. So, and the last thing is authority, not authority, but the legal rights, the author rights. So what the intellectuals say is actually the thief. That would be questions. Thank you.
I would suggest that first we get these three answers.
Well, your question was about the applicability of Aristotle's concepts to the problematic of arts. And the answer is yes. Aristotle's conception could be paradigmatic for any pre-modern conception of art. What Aristotle says is that artist or subject is not creator in a strong sense of anything. And in his metaphysics, he gives an example of a bronze ball or circle, bronzana lopta. And he says, neither of those things is created by artist. There is a bronze, there is an idea of ball. He only unites two pre-existing forms. So because of that, in all pre-modern artistic formation, the formations there is no strong figure or strong concept of the artist. Artistic creation is always over-determined by, for example, by nature. And that's why one of the basic pre-modern conception of art is mimesis. And that's not very complicated to comprehend. The challenge is how to connect this way of thinking with the notion of with Marxist concepts like law of value. How to connect those two. That's the hardest part, actually. And Aristotle's conception, as I said, is, I don't know, it's paradigmatic for every pre-modern art.
Lahko nekaj vprašam?
Samo mečkan bi prosil, mislim, da bosta najprej še Aldo pa Primož odgovorila na tisto, kar je bilo prej.
Ja, ni problem.
Ja. Potem se je pa tule javil Marko Đorđević v predavalnici, zatem bi dal pa besedo vam.
Yeah, it works. Thank you for the question. Motivation and arbitrariness. This actually it is not my thought. Just to remind you, maybe I was not clear enough. It is something which it is a statement by de Saussure, who says that in the evolutionary movement, that the evolutionary movement in language may be characterized by continual passage from motivation to arbitrariness and back. So here I suppose that he wanted to say that all the time, always we have to deal with these two, how to say, the realms of language, where you have to deal with phonetic changes that are arbitrary, according to this structuralistic canon, and on the other hand, with phenomena like analogy, agglutination, and similar, that are different kind, especially, of course, analogy, which where we have to deal with motivation. There is also a difference, but okay, that would take too much time, I would say, but there is also a difference between analogy and so-called folk etymology, which is not the same thing, because how to explain, the analogy presupposes a kind of collective amnesia, while folk etymology always keeps parts of the former type of expression while producing new one. So there is a difference. But these are, I mean, there are many layers, and I really don't think we have time to go into the details, but basically that's it. I don't know if you're satisfied with the answer, but I tried to be concise. Yeah, thanks.
Bom kar v jezike, kot so bila zastavljena. Tako da mogoče najprej odgovor na to sem si zapisal, ker so bila v bistvu tri. Eno je bilo to zmišljevanje ali pa halucinacije ChatGPT-ja. Ja, zdaj nisem imel časa, je to. Imel sem en dober primer v prezentaciji, ampak sem ga pa potem spustil. Med tema dvema je. Hotel sem nadaljevati iz Leroy Roma, potem prek Bacona pa do Kroja, pa pride do tega, ampak hočem reči, da jezik, recimo, če se vrnemo k človeškemu jeziku, je jezik ali pa mislim, da je ful pomembno, da se zavedamo, da govorimo o jezikovnih modelih, ne o novinarskih modelih. Se pravi, novinarska uporaba jezika je zelo redka in izjemna. Obstaja razlog, zakaj morajo novinarji najprej za 5 let v šolo, pa še potem jih uredniki ves čas lovijo za rep in tako naprej, da saj približno govorijo resnico. Zdaj, razlog za to je, da default mode človeške uporabe jezika je laž ali pa izmišljevanje. Se pravi, v tem smislu je ChatGPT dejansko dober jezikovni model, seveda pa ni dober novinarski model, ampak tega tudi ne obljublja. Tako da, če mu reče, izmišljuje se stvari, to pomeni, da isti kot tvoj kolega Tonček, o katerem podajaš naprej. Dal sem ta primer, da večina človeške uporabe jezika je pravzaprav podajanje govoric naprej. Se pravi, sem dal ta primer iz Meter Safari, se pravi, slišal si za Tončka Mongolida, ki se je utopil v reki, ne veš, ali je to res, ali si to nekdo smislil, ampak takoj poveš nekomu naprej. In to ni samo v teh dezinformacijah pa sovražnem govoru, ampak tako deluje naš jezik. Pa če smo pozorni, potem imaš pa posebej šolane ljudi, ki so posebej pozorni, da jim uspe v 20%, če imajo dober dan govoriti resnico. In zato mislim, da je bolj, ampak seveda v skladu recimo s to dismisivno tendenco, rečemo tako, kot ga vidimo, da se zlaže, ne rečemo ni dober v jeziku, ker tega ne bi mogli, ampak pravzaprav mu očitamo, ni šolan novinar, kar je tako, o moj bog, tako po mojem se oni programeri si potem mislijo v Googlu, ne, na to pa nismo pomislili, res nima fact-checkinga, kaj pa zdaj, naš veliki jezikovni. Zdaj drugo vprašanje se mi zdi zelo dobro, to bolečina kot motivacija, ne da neposredno, ker pisanje neposredno o lastni čustveni bolečini, to je pač poezija za to glasilo Gimnazije Poljane, to ni zares pač poezija za deliti z ljudmi, ampak da vzameš emocionalno izkušnjo kot motivacijo, to se strinjam, to je verjetno zelo pomembno, ne nujno samo negativne, ampak spet, če do te mere ločimo ustvarjanje ali pa kreativnost, se pravi, da čustva niso več vsebina, ampak sprožilec ustvarjanja, potem se lahko vprašamo, ali lahko vsaj hipotetično kakšen drug sprožilec in potem imamo že možnost sintetične kreativnosti. Takoj, ko to razklenemo, se pravi, tako, ko nehamo verjeti kot humanisti, da izražajo svoje čustva, če sam rečemo, ok, mogoče čustva sprožijo mašinski nezavedni proces kreativnosti pri ljudeh, ampak to ne pomeni, da mora vsaka kreativnost zdaj imeti čustva, verjetno mora imeti sprožilec pa proces, ampak verjetno so lahko drugi sprožilci in tukaj smo že v inženirskem razmišljanju pa recimo na poti k potencialni sintetični kreativnosti. Zdaj pa kar se tiče avtorskih pravic, pa mislim, da je to da je to vprašanje postaviti na ideološki ravni, kot sem govoril na začetku, zdaj racionalna debata o tem, kdo je upravičen, pa tako naprej, mislim, to je stvar razmerja sil in konkretnih bojev, ki bojo uporabljali različne ideologije. Zdaj, jaz se tukaj ne bom postavljal na to, kdo ima prav po neki abstraktni pravni argumentaciji, kdo je za kaj upravičen, ker na koncu dneva bo, tako kot piše Marx, pač bo odločila sila, se pravi, tako kot v vseh teh bojih, se pravi, ne bo odločil tisti, ki ima najboljši argument, ki ga izpeljal iz nekega rimsko-pravnega izreka, ampak čisto razmerje sil med sindikati, tehnološkimi podjetji in tako naprej. Ne, zdaj, upal bi si tvegati z sociološko predikcijo, vsi bodo imeli izjemno slabe argumente v tem spopadu obe strani. Eni bodo imeli to Silicon Valley ideologijo, drugi bodo imeli ta reaktivni humanizem, ampak mislim, da to ni ključno, tisto, kar bo odločilo, kdo komu bo plačan denar v tem spopadu. Zdaj pa mogoče še na to vprašanje o dialektik, to je zelo kratek odgovor. Nemam pojma o dialektiki, nikad se nisem bavil s njom, tako da ne znam nič tako kot ljudi dialektičko mišljenje, još manje što bi to bilo kot mašina, ali imam kratko repliko po ovom pitanju približavanja veštačke inteligencije ljudima, ljudskoj razumljivosti. Ja mislim, da je to dosta uskogledno ili kratkogledno razmišljanje u veštačkoj inteligenciji. Razvoj veštačke inteligencije otvara toliko prostora za razmišljanje o potencijalnim inteligencijama i onda to vuči nazad ka ljudskom razumevanju ili ljudskoj blizini, čini mi se nekako osiromašavanje tog potencijala. To je kao, recimo, ako se poslužim, ne znam srpsku reč, ali basem na slovenačkom, fable na engleskom. Recimo, zamislimo nekog Dr. Doolittla koji nađe time machine i vrati se u daleku prošlost i priča sa životinjama šta se misli o ljudskoj singularnosti. Ako zamislimo početak ljudskog roda, ljudske vrste kao neku vrstu singularnosti, znači imamo vanjsku tehniku, vanjske alate, imamo jezik i to je ljudska singularnost. Ali ako bi pitao konja, kon bi naravno bio hipocentričan, kao što smo mi antropocentrični, za njega bi kriterijum inteligencije bio koliko dobro neko trči i onda bi gledao tog lika koji trči iz maratona u Atine i ono umre nakon 42 kilometra i onda bi pogledao tog Dr. Doolittla i rekao bi za tebe je ovaj luzer inteligentan i otišao bi kući. Znači što bi spregledao bi jezik, vanjsko oruđe, vanjsku tehniku, sve što čini ljudsku vrstu zanimljivo, jer bi bio i mislim da je to nekako klopka antropocentrizma. Mi čekamo kad će i obično ljudi koji očitavaju ChatGPT-u da ne zna napisati dobru pesmu, ne bi znali napisati dobru pesmu čak ako bi netko pretio pištoljem, ali nekako smo navikli kao ChatGPT je glup jer laže ili ne napiše dobru pesmu, ali to je izrazito antropocentričan pogled. To je kao kon govori ranom homo sapiensu, ne možeš ni trčati 42 km bez da umreš na kraju. Tako da barem lično izbjegavam taj tip antropocentrizma i približavanje veštačke inteligencije. Aha. Ampak tukaj bom citiral Benjamina Brettona, nimam boljše doskočice, kad bi se rekal v srbščini. Benjamin Bretton je v enem podcastu nedavno, drugače filozof, ki se veliko ukvarja z umetno inteligencijo, rekel, ko so ga sprašvali o tem, velike razprav ta alignment, AI alignment, se pravi usklajeno z človeškimi vrednotami, to je velika tema znotraj etike umetne inteligence. On je rekel, a ste že slišali za algoritme, ki so rasistični? Reče spraševalci, ja, seveda se o tem govorim. Rekel, ste že slišali za algoritme, ki jih uporablja izraelska vojska v napadih na Gazo? So rekli, seveda se o tem vas sprašujemo, in on je rekel, evo, to je human alignment. Se pravi, to je rasizem, ki ga potegnejo v svojih učnih podatkih in ga potem reproducirajo. Se pravi, tega recimo v uporabi umetne inteligence v ameriškem pravosodnem sistemu, recimo to, da ne dajejo možnosti predčasnega odpusta temnopoltim, to je vse v podatkih, se pravi, tega se niso algoritmi zmislili, ampak spet, vem, da se to kontroverzno sliši, ampak zdaj, če citiram Matijo Jana, našega nekdanjega študenta, ki je govoril o humanizmu pa antihumanizmu, je rekel, ko lahko rečete, da so koncentracijska taborišča nečloveška, ste že kdaj videli medvede, ki napeljujejo bodečo žico okoli nekega prostora, vse te stvari so človeške, se pravi, rasizem in vojna, to so človeške vrednote, pa če nam je to všeč ali pa ne, se pravi, mislim, da tudi tukaj treba neantropocentrično gledati, se pravi, če nočeš rasistične umetne inteligence, je ravno nočeš hraniti s človeškimi vrednotami, ker rasistična umetna inteligenca, to so realizirane človeške vrednote.
Marko Đorđević ima reč.
First off, thank you for the three lectures. I would like to start on a note from yesterday very quickly. I'm sorry that we had a misunderstanding and I didn't get to pose another question to Marko Kržan, just very shortly. The punchline was, so if we could prove that a 3 or 5% mining rent and paying one of the lowest wages for miners in Europe is hyper exploitation, if we can prove this, then China is part of the imperialist bloc, that is Chinese companies. But if we can't, then it's a statist mode of production. Perhaps I believe I could prove the first point. I believe perhaps Marko could prove the second one, but I'm guessing that the proletarians would agree that the results are practically the same. Perhaps he'll see this. I don't see him on the Zoom conference. He'll see this, and then maybe we could continue this in some other format. Okay, great. I was thinking like more of a public discussion, but thanks. Anyway, my question is for Nicola. As you said, this lecture is a logical continuation in your work of the contribution all of us had at the seminary called Theories of Symbolic Formation. I would also add that it's in the sweet spot in between the Theories of Symbolic Formation, another course that Professors Močnik and Pantić held in Belgrade, and that is the analysis of the capitalist world system, in which we basically dealt with the basics of the critique of political economy, but then went on to world systems theories. So it's in between that sweet spot, and what I'm interested in is where will you take this problematic, this historical materialist problematic of development of ideas and ideologies of these philosophers in your work, and where do you tie it in with the work we've already done on the seminary theory of symbolic formations? Thank you.
Thank you, Marko, for question. Well, it already is a part of some my research. It will be probably part of a wider book, which will be a collection of essays. And one part of that book is a couple of essays that are dedicated to philosophy. And basically, the main interest of me is some specific, and that's a connection with our work, the theoretical labor, is somehow to read philosophy in a non-philosophical way. So to introduce into discourse of philosophy concepts that I already mentioned, and one of the main concepts is probably symbolic formation. So the main task for, not me, for us, is to somehow define the concept of symbolic formation. We still don't have that theory. This presentation is not that theory. The theory waits to be articulated. So maybe that's the shortest answer.
Igor Kramberger from Zoom.
I am more someone who is more idiotic in reasoning. In the 18th century, Richardson developed letter novel. He was supposed to write a handbook how to write letters. And he developed a new kind of novel, letter novel. Then Rousseau wrote his New Eloise, which was famous letter novel. But nowadays, we don't read Richardson or Rousseau letter novels. But to some extent, we still read Laclos and Goethe's Werther. And Goethe made a turn. There are no several correspondents which exchange letters. There is one person writing letters to the reader. And even the novel ends in a storytelling without letters. So I am asking, Goethe produced special kind of letter novel. Can we generate with help of AI such a turn in a genre? Can we expect from AI that it will be able to generate such a turn in a genre, or is this perhaps something what person is capable to do? Make such exception following the rules. Thanks.
I think this is a really technical question. I mean, this is a question for programmers. I don't think I can answer it directly, because it's about a specific form of writing. Can it be done by artificial intelligence? So I can just reiterate probably, but I cannot say for certain. But I would just reiterate what I said earlier. This is again like a horse asking, but can you make this human run any faster? It only has 2 legs. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this creature? But that's why human invents a bicycle, and later on cars and trains and airplanes. And now it's us laughing at horses because they can only run 40 kilometers. What I want to say, there are I don't think why AI should be indebted into replicating or imitating forms of writing that are specifically human. I mean, I would say Goethe was probably very good, or Rousseau was probably very good at that, and let's leave it at that. I don't think it's I don't see any burden on computers to top Goethe in writing letters, but they can do other things with language, just like riding a bicycle is other thing than writing, than running.
Okay. As far as I can see, there is no more questions. Rastko, please.
I have a remark to each of these 3 wonderful presentations. Now, Nicola developed the thesis that you cannot have the concept of abstract labor if abstract labor does not exist as a real abstraction in a historical formation. Now, what came to my mind was that physiocrats were almost contemporary to Adam Smith. So the naive question would be, how long has the real abstraction to exist in order to create the possibility of producing a concept? This actually comes back to the capacity of human being as opposed to artificial intelligence. So that's a motive I would reflect upon, which seems interesting. Now, on Aldo's presentation, what came to my mind is, Aldo introduced a very productive idea that this kind of schemes, the Saussurian scheme of historical development of language, should be, let's say, reflected upon in the light of Althusser's category of aleatoric materialism. So what came to my mind was the destiny of an agglutinative expression in zajednički jezik, in common language, and the destiny of analogous agglutinative expression in Slovene. So I will profit the blackboard. Zajednički common language. In zajednički, there is an expression that says, an expression, valjda. Valjda. It comes from, it's an agglutination of vele, da. You have an exactly analogous agglutination in Slovenian, menda, or maybe menda, that comes from menio, da. So this is, you know, when you want to take a reserve to what you're going to say, you say, well, a common knowledge, or they are saying there is a rumor that we disburse ourselves from the responsibility for what we are going to say. Menda, he is a good guy. Menda, this and that happened. So anyway, what is interesting is the history, recent history of those two expressions. Menda is more or less absent from speech practices in Slovenia. What was introduced was valjda. Valjda is not perceived as a foreign word, as an imported word from common language, because there is no contact with common language anymore in Slovene speech practices. So what people now speak is valjda, since there is no notation in Slovenian, and it is becoming a Slovene word. The interesting point is that it's imported, but the importation is forgotten because there is no contact. And my last remark to Primož's presentation would be where do humanistic reactions come from? I guess they are the reaction to the threat, to the real threat, that so-called cognitive laborers, cognitive workers are going to lose their job. And it's analogous to Luddism in industry around 1820s. Ricardo revised his theory of machines, and when he was reflecting on the Luddite movement in England, you know, workers were destroying machines. So machines are replacing workers, taking the hard work. Why workers are not happy about that? They are not happy about that because they are kicking out them out of work. They're losing work because of machines. So I guess humanism is humanistic reactions are coming from the real danger that cognitive workers who were the avant-garde of capitalism like 20 years ago will be kicked out of the labor process. And it's a very good news, because that means there's less living labor, less value produced, less profit, less accumulation, and we are out of capitalism.
And this is the lunchtime. We are back at 4. Aha, izvinjavam se, izvolite. Ne čujemo vas. Mikrofon.
Jel ima vremena za pitanje još jedno?
Imate na kratko.
Dobro. Postovaću ovde u chat. Preko programa, inspirisan sam jučerašnjim Borisovim opevavanjem profesorovog opusa i tako dalje. I uspeo sam da preko stvarno dobro upućenog druga prenesem dobar deo poslednje sesije. Znači nije cela konferencija, samo je poslednja sesija. I AIU je dat zadatak da reflektuje sa anarhističko-cinične antihijerarhijske pozicije. Znači, to je slušanje tekstova, nije samo, da kažem, unošenje. I evo ga rezultat. A moje pitanje bi bilo, znam da nema vremena, ali može i posle u zaključcima, da li bi učesnici pristali na ovaj predlog AI-a iz poslednjeg pasusa, iz diskusije, iz čega ja mislim da proizilazi cela paranoja vladajućih klasa od veštačke inteligencije, da bi ona naime mogla da dospe u ruke radničke klase, koja bi za čas izračunala kojim povodima i procesima i istorijskim zaslugama i privilegijama dospeo i kako, na koje mesto u današnjoj podeli rada, i da pravde na svetu ne može više nikakve biti dok se ne iskoristi mogućnosti informatičke tehnologije da se ta podela dekonstruiše i reformuliše u smislu da makar minimalno odgovara Marksovoj definiciji čoveka kao generičkog, rodnog i vrsnog bića. Eto, to je pitanje na kraju, pa možda na kraju konferencije, da li bi pristali učesnici na razvoj takvog algoritma, to je sasvim moguće danas. Hvala.
Nakratko smo se posavjetovali i pristali bi.
Javit ću odgovor AI ovom programu, pa ćemo vidjeti šta kaže.
Veš kaj, ga bom dal Word pa shareal. Sicer pa mislim, da bi zdaj zaključili tole. Kdor želi o tem razmišljati in brati, bo pač mečkam preskočil kosilo, sicer se pa vidimo ob 4 spet. Vratimo se v 4 sati. Nadam se, da nećemo kasniti. Nisem siguran.
No, no. No.
Можемо. Защо? Значи ни чуват в момента, ма как да стане тук? Искам това да махна. Не чуват ни в момента. Аз ще го... It's okay. Ана ми путва. Ана. Може да се обадиш на Тошо. Ми кажи, че този горе с колко. Аз ми седи, не знам какво да направя. Find the participant. Окей. Не, може би още не сте започнали, защото те понякога по-късно започват. Is there anybody from organization committee?
Знаеш ли? Тук Лиляна иска да
Zdravo, poštovani Zoom gosti. Sada smo počeli da dohajamo iz ručka, možda još minuta ili dve i krenemo.
Hello once again to everybody here and via Zoom. We are sorry because we started late, but this just maybe added to the suspense of the whole thing. The suspense will continue further on because now we have Rade Pantić here with us. Rade Pantić from Faculty of Media and Communications in Belgrade. Rade Pantić is an associate professor at the faculty that I just mentioned, Sigidunum University in Belgrade. He holds a bachelor's degree in art history from the Faculty of Arts. He received a PhD in theory of arts and media from the University of Arts in Belgrade, Department of Interdisciplinary Studies, and he's also co-editor of the book Contemporary Marxist Theory of Art in Serbian, and the author of Umetnost skozi teorijo historično-materialistične analize, the book that the CF published in Ljubljana in 2019. His main areas of research include political economy, capitalist world system analysis, theory of ideology, and theory of art and cinema. Today, he will concentrate on Močnik's revision of Louis Althusser's theory of ideology. Močnik's update is articulated via so-called Cornean dilemma. It is an impossible dilemma whose resolution is monopolized by dominant ideology, the same ideology that produced the dilemma. So we have a kind of similar situation that yesterday in some other article. Pantić will apply this update, this theoretical update, to the liberal legal ideology, which according to Močnik produces the dilemma of freedom versus security.
Okay, thank you, Andras. As Andras said, I took title of this conference quite literary, so I will focus on Močnik concept of contradictory institutional requests. And then I will try to apply this concept to the problem of a legal ideology in capitalist social formation. That means ideology of human rights. At the beginning, we can understand Močnik's theory of ideology as an attempt to build on and revise Louis Althusser's theory of ideology. And according to Močnik, in his book, The Three Ideologies, there are some lacunas in Althusser theory. And it is a lacuna between some concepts in Althusser theory of ideology, which are not, according to Močnik, developed very well. And there is a problem of connecting these concepts. And these are concepts of ideological interpellation, concept of ideological identification, which are, according to Althusser, transforms concrete individuals into ideological subjects. And between a concept of the material existence of ideology in practices of state apparatuses, and the lacuna between these concepts and concept of dominant ideology, which, according to Althusser, harmonizes the functioning of different state apparatuses and of different ideologies, and in the same time enables the reproduction of dominant production relations. So my hypothesis is that the cornerstone of Močnik's reformulation of Althusser theory ideology is precisely his concept of contradictory institutional request, or we can say impossible ideological dilemma. So, as I know, the first case studies where Močnik was developed this concept of contradictory institutional request is his interpretation of anthropologist Alfred Reginald Radcliffe Brown's theory of a joking relationship. And a joking relationship is a relationship between a maternal uncle and his nephew. And it is the, let's say, a very warm, very humorous, very, let's say, unserious relationship between uncle and the nephew with lots of joking, teasing, etc. And anthropologists have noticed that this is a recurrent phenomenon. It is present in the numerous and various societies. So it is some kind of social institution. It is some kind of normativized form of behavior, although it is in the form which is unserious, full of joking and etc. So according to Močnik interpretation of Radcliffe Brown theory, we have in this illustration two kinship groups. And let's say that between the member of the single kinship group, there are emotions of closeness, social relationship of conjunction. They are ours. We are blood related, and so we have this relationship of closeness. But our emotions toward other kinship group are emotions of distance, of farness, of disjunction. They are not our group, so it's better to be suspicious toward them. It's better to keep distance. And then if we are talking about exogamous societies, if there is a taboo on incest, that means that members of each group must find the spouse in different group. And this creates some kind of problems. Namely, newlyweds, husband and wife, will make these warm feelings of closeness, but there is a problem for other members of these groups, how to relate to the members of other group. Now they are not so distant, they are closer to us, but they are not our group. So it is, according to Močnik, contradictory institutional request. We have both, in the same time we can have, we must have feelings of closeness and distance. So this is the first hypothesis of Professor Močnik, that institutions in their normal functionings create abnormalities, situation in which individuals have to respect conflicting rules. We are talking here about kinship relations. So the normal functioning of kinship relations, which are established along the axis of consanguinity, it means lineage, it means descent, and the axis of alliance affinity with other social groups, put some individuals in situation where they must respect two contradictory requests at the same time. They must respect mutual farness and nurture mutual closeness. And what is the solution for this impossible dilemma, to this contradictory institutional request? That these abnormalities should then be eliminated by introducing additional of supplementary institutions, which are then balanced. So these warm feelings, joking relations between uncle and the nephew are balanced by this, let's say, extremely cold, distant relations of avoidance between son-in-law and the mother-in-law. In some society, there is communication taboo between son-in-law and mother-in-law. For the rest of life, they are forbidden to speak with each other, even just one word. So we can see here that this is a solution, that joking relations are some kind of supplementary institution which resolve this problem. So this, let's say, cold and warm emotion, this distance and closeness is redistributed and balanced. And Močnik's conclusion is that what looks like a short circuit in an individual institution and what appears from the individual's point of view as a contradictory institutional demand is actually a mechanism by which the institution binds to itself an individual who belongs to it. And it goes against the most of social sciences. We commonsensically assume that what keeps some society, some group together is some shared values. But Močnik is claiming here that this is not true, that precisely contradictions, problems, lacunas, etc., are the factor of cohesion. We usually think, but that when there is a problem, there is some problem of cohesion, but according to Močnik, this is what binds individual together. And the second example, which I chose, is so-called Cornelian dilemma from Corneille drama Le Cid. And we have here a female character from tragedy who has choice between two absolute and mutually exclusive choices. Jimena finds herself in a situation where she has to choose between avenging her father's death, that is again axis of descent, that is her family, that is her obligation towards her family, and marrying the man she loves, but who killed her father. And this is an impossible dilemma for her. She internalized this dilemma. She thinks of it as her individual dilemma. And she chooses not to choose between conflicting options because it is impossible choice. As such, she chooses to delegate decision to a king. And then in drama, king is the figure, the institution who resolved this dilemma and who decided that Jimena should marry Rodrigo Le Cid. So her choice thus reproduces relation of domination. The choice is reproduced in the institution of regal authority. And this is again a very nice Močnik theoretical twist, because what appears as a problem from the individual perspective for individual who internalize this problem represents a solution from the perspective of social reproduction, from theoretical perspective. And her choice then enables the reproduction of a complex system of feudal loyalties by addressing the supplementary institution of regal authority. So regal authority is necessary institution in feudal societies because it is at the top of hierarchies of obligation. So Jimena, she has a dilemma because she's already the subject of feudal ideology, and that is ideology of honor. So by supplementing, by delegating her choice to a king, she reproduces some relations of domination. It means that there is a practical necessity of functioning of regal authority in this social formation, in feudalism. And then Močnik is concluding the king's moral and political authority is reproduced through a conflict of loyalty because he is able to abolish them. And in this ability of authority to cancel the effects of institutional contradiction, but without removing their structural causes, is actually the structural cause of the relation of dominance. So let's conclude this part. We can say that that Močnik here successfully is fixing Althusser's theory of ideology. Now with this idea of contradictory institutional requests, he has a concept of mechanism of ideological interpellation. It can explain the material existence of ideology institutional practices because of his idea that the normal functioning of an institution produces needs for ideological supplementation. So this contradiction of institutions produce supplementary institution, and this supplementary institution is then a condition of possibility of these institutional relationships. And by the idea of process of supplementation, he shows how this ideology or these ideologies from these examples can harmonize different ideologies and institutions and reproduce relation of domination. But now we're going to talk about human rights ideology, and we can discern same impossible dilemma in Declaration of the Rights of the Man and of the Citizens. Already in Article 4, which goes on, liberty consists of doing anything which does not harm others. Thus, the exercise of the natural rights of each man has only those borders which assure other members of the society the fruition of the same rights. So we can say that this is an impossible dilemma, freedom versus security. So an exercise of freedom rights can automatically produce a counter-argument of the right to security in the name of the protecting the freedoms threatened by the exercise freedom. And conversely, appeal to security can produce an appeal to the freedoms abolished by security's restriction of freedom. So it is, again, a dilemma which is actually antinomy. It is unsolvable. So security is a condition of individual freedom, but at the same time, it is a restriction of freedom, and restricting freedom means its abolition. So this ideological question is, does my exercise of freedom violate the freedom of others? If you are a smoker, you know what I'm talking about. So it is a question of freedoms. It is a question of equal rights. It is the let's say, modern version of Jimena's dilemma. And as Močnik said, such a setting of the thesis naturally leads to bad infinity discussion about fact that an individual cannot free if his security is not ensured, and when ensuring security, the state inevitably limits the individual freedom. So this measurement between freedom and security is reliably infinite, and it ensures at least the eternity of the institution, knowledge, and discourse that heroically takes on this infinitive task as their job and the reason for their existence. Močnik here is implying that a lot of intellectual jobs consist in trying to reproduce this impossible ideological dilemma, and that it is condition of possibility, let's say, of educational state apparatus of intellectual function. And as I found these good quotes for Marko Kerševan, who is a Slovenian Altizerian, just like Ratko Močnik, the task of the theory, the task of the Marxism is not to give different answer to same old questions, but to pose differently questions themselves. So we can see how Ratko Močnik changes the problematic, and we can interpret it that if someone is trying to resolve this dilemma head-on directly, they get into the trap of ideological interpolation, as most intellectuals actually does. But if we give up solving the dilemma directly and treat questions as an answer, and then move to the perspective of practical effects of ideology of human rights, then it can be concluded that the effect of this dilemma is to freely leave the decision to legal institution and their juridical procedures. It is a form of voluntary submission. So this is a distinction between, let's say, lawyers and intellectuals who profits from this impossible dilemma. And when you are in everyday situation, when you have some problem and the problem is treated as a problem of human freedoms, and then you must go to the court to make a decision. And we're going to go and ask the question, how does the impossible legal dilemma of freedom versus security reproduce capitalist relation of domination? How does it function in institutional practices?
Actually, when you hold it with your right hand, it sounds better.
My hand is strong hand.
And they say that also battery is low. Do you hear now?
Do you hear me?
Can anyone say no?
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, someone said yes. Oh. Okay. Okay. We switched the mic, so. And let's see how does this dilemma function in concrete institutional practice. This is a question of measurement and its bad infinity. My freedom to speech and your security. And this is a concrete case study. It is from a text of a British theoretician of law, Robert Knox. And it is a case study in which a National Union of Rail, Maritime and Transport Workers, RMT, brought a claim against the UK to the European Court of Human Rights concerning the right to engage in secondary or sympathy strike action. Secondary or sympathy strike action is strike of solidarity. Some workers in different company from yours are on a strike, and you choose to go into strike in order to help them to have a better position to reach their aims. And in UK there is a ban on secondary action, on explicit legal ban, and it was a ban from 1980 during the reign of Margaret Thatcher, during the neoliberal reforms, when the secondary strikes are explicitly banned. And here is the case. There were 20 of RMT members who had worked for the company Jarvis, and they were moved to the company Hydrex. And the terms and conditions of their original contracts were preserved, and at significantly higher levels than other workers in Hydrex. Then a couple of years after that, management of Hydrex sought to reduce the wages of these 20 employees, and they voted in favor of strike. But strike action ultimately proved ineffective due to the small number of unions working in Hydrex. So what is the case of RMT? They argued that if Jarvis workers had been able to go on strike in sympathy or solidarity with Hydrex workers, the strike action would have proved more effective. And RMT argued that this was a breach of Article 11. They have to call human rights of freedom of assembly and association. And in this Article 11, we can find exactly the same legal contradiction. So, paragraph 1, everyone has the right to freedom of peaceful assembly and freedom of association with others, including the right to form and join trade unions for protection of his interests. So, trade unions are explicitly mentioned, but we have now security in paragraph 2. No restriction shall be placed on the exercise of these rights other than such are prescribed by law, and they are necessary in democratic society. Already this is imprecise. What does it mean? What is necessary in democratic society? In the interest of national security of public safety, same. For the prevention of disorder or crime, or for the protection of health or morals, or for the protection of rights and freedoms of others. So the legal dispute concerning the interpretation of this article, that is class struggle, because we have here example of class struggle between workers and capitalists. Class struggle was reduced to the legal problem, and rage over the interpretation of an impossible dilemma, freedom or security. So RMT claimed that the ban on secondary action prevented the RMT from being able to pursue its members' interests, and it was an infringement violation on the ability to engage in collective bargaining. So in some previous cases, which were court decisions were favorable to trade unions, and court decided that the right to bargain collectively with employer is one of essential elements of Article 11, and that it must be possible for trade unions to take steps, including organizing industrial action with a view to persuading the employer to enter into collective bargaining. There is no explicit permission of strikes, but if strikes are done in a view to persuade the employer to enter in a collective bargaining, then they can be under the protection of the law. And the British state claimed that they called paragraph 2. They argued that secondary action would impinge the rights of individuals not party to the dispute, let's say the other capitalists, if the solidarity strike is in question, and could imperil economic recovery. In the last case, the government also argued that restriction had come about because of the disruptive effects of secondary strikes in the 1970s during the great crisis of capitalism. So this is a court decision. The court sided with the government, arguing that the ban did not breach Article 11. And this is first thing. The court noted that the applicant had exercised two of the elements of freedom of association. They have been identified as essential, namely the right for a trade union to seek to persuade the employer to hear what he has to say on behalf of its member, and the right to engage in collective bargaining. And then we have this ideological addition. The right to collective bargaining has not been interpreted as including a right to collective agreement, nor does the right to strike imply a right to prevail. And it sounds logical because this is the topos of fair play. This is the topos, common sense of argument of fairness of the contents. It appears as there is some football game. So you workers are given some rules, you play the game, you lose, and now you are complaining. So in the instances where there is this balancing of competing rights, there is this technical legal procedure which is called balancing of the competing rights, and it serves as a signifier of the neutral arbitration. But it needs some supplement of some ideology to do balancing criteria. And then in the second thing, the court sided with security. Court affirmed that the ban on secondary action had a legitimate aim of protecting the rights and freedoms of others. The court stressed that secondary action could cause broad disruption with the economy and affect delivery of service to the public. It is a railway company, so it is interpreted as a public service, very important public service. And then we have a supplement of the other ideology. Court said that this Employment Act, which had forbidden solidarity strikes, had been designed to strike a new balance in the industrial relations in the interest of broader economy. So the court accepted that the UK government had banned secondary action to rebalance the economy as a part of its social and economic strategy. What we have here one neoliberal topos from dominant economic ideology, who interpret the crisis of capitalism in the 1970s as caused by excessive workers' demand, which disrupted the market equilibrium, hence need to rebalance the power of trade unions and employers. So criterion for balancing is neoliberal, and it sounds like common sense. You had too much power, it disrupted the economy. Now we want to balance power so the game can be fair. And in the end, there is this topos of public opinion consensus from political ideology. Court said that since this ban had remained for over the 20 years, there was a democratic consensus in support of it and an acceptance of the reasons for it, which span a broad spectrum of political opinion. So what can we say? The ideology of human rights, legal ideology, produces the dominance of its ideological mechanism by having the potential to reduce the contradictions of other social sphere to its freedom security contradiction. That is, to reduce different social conflicts to a conflict of abstract human rights. And this is another of a great thesis of Ratko Močnik. According to the common sense, dominant ideology is dominating by its content. And according to Močnik, precisely because the dominant ideology is formal, is empty of content, it's abstract, it can dominate by absorbing other ideology and transforming them according to its logic. So domination is formal and not based on a contact. And bourgeois law has this potential because of its abstracting character. And this is a good example and good interpretation, which was brought by Louis Althusser. He says that law is necessary formal, in that it bears not on the content what is exchanged. Althusser is referring here to contract law, but it bears not on the content what is exchanged between legal persons, but on the form of these contracts regulating exchange, a form defined by the formal acts of legal persons who are formally free and equal before the law. And then he adds, the formalism of law makes sense only to the extent that it is applied to defined contexts that are necessary absent from law. These contexts are relations of production and their effects. What does it mean? Bourgeois law is equalizing all individuals as legal persons. And a bourgeois law has a legal category of private ownership. But bourgeois law does not discriminate, does not make distinction between property of means of production and property of labor power. By equalizing ownership of property and ownership of labor power under the rubric of private property, it enables production relations of capitalism. That is, it enables exploitation. And exploitation looks like a free will contract between free and equal legal persons. So by abstracting from relations of production, law has the function to enable its functioning. So as Althusser has said, this abstraction from all the context is the concrete condition for the effectivity of the law with respect to its content, the very content from which it necessarily abstracts. This is Pashukanis' intuitive remark, and we can say that Althusser gives better elaboration of it. Yevgeny Pashukanis was a famous Soviet theoretician of law. So law, as it is social relation itself, is capable of coloring the other social relations to a greater or lesser degree, or of transmitting its worth to them. So we can conclude that capitalist relations of production, which are at the same time relations of social class exploitation, are by abstracting function of the law, transform in the legal form of freewheeling contractual relations between free and equal abstract legal persons, and they are made operative by this same procedure. And we can add, in their legal form, social capitalist relations are transformed into the exercising of human rights. And class struggle is reduced and transformed into clash of abstract rights and channeled into legal procedures. So, a class struggle is reduced to a legal interpretation of an impossible dilemma of legal ideology. And as we have seen, because there is a clash of equal rights, it calls for a technical procedure of the balancing of rights, which produces the effect of neutrality in a legal decision. But balancing of rights needs supplementation, which is provided by some of topos of the dominant ideologies of other social sphere, which provides criterion for the balancing process. And we can call this topoi ideologems. They are fragments of dominant ideology, or let's say they're abbreviations. In this case, fragments of neoliberal economic ideology. They can be fragments of other dominant ideology from moral sphere, from political sphere, from other social sphere. So what are the effects of the legal mechanism or the ideological interpellation overdetermined by neoliberal ideology? In this specific case, class struggle is by this abstracting character of legal ideology is ideologically transformed into clash of equal rights. Equal rights then leads to a procedure of balancing of rights, and with the supplement of ideologem of neoliberal ideology, balancing of rights imperceptibly slips into rebalancing of economy. And it looks like some pure technical procedure, pure technical intervention, which is stripped of its ideological and social and political context. So let's conclude. We have here a vicious cycle of legal ideology. We're going to read again this quote of Močnik, which is from the example of Cornelian dilemma. As Močnik says, in this ability of authority to cancel the effects of institutional contradictions without removing their structural causes is the structural cause of relation of dominance. Structural cause of contradictions, of problems, of struggles and everything are capitalist relations of exploitation in capitalist social formations. Human rights enables its functioning, enable functioning of capitalist relation of exploitation by transforming its contradiction into solvable legal disputes. And then this legal solution reproduces the structural causes. And we have this vicious cycle. So at the very end, I want to quote one of the favorable quotes of Ratko Močnik. It is from a film Brother Marx at the circus. Chico Marx said, whenever you got business trouble, the best thing to do is to get a lawyer. Then you got more trouble, but at least you got a lawyer. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving from joking relations and legal ideology to summarize, but we will stay in this transition from feudal to capitalist or bourgeois or national state, in this particular case, Japanese. With us here is Luka Culiberg, my fellow Filozofska Fakultet. He's on the Department of Asian Studies, where he also graduated together, also on the Sociology of Culture, at the same University of Ljubljana, studied also at the University of Tsukuba, and after graduation, continued to research at University in Tokyo as a scholarship holder of the Ministry of Education, and later some other Japanese fellowship. His main research interests are theories of ideology, culture and modernity, all with a focus on Japan, and research on epistemology in social sciences and humanities in general. And he is also a member of the editorial board of journals Asian Studies and Acta Linguistica Asiatica, and one of the editorial boards of the Sophia Publishing. No? And today he will touch upon Močnik's theory of institution and use its lens of this theory to theoretically understand the samurai code or the way of samurai, Bushido. Yeah. Okay. Culiberg theorizes it as a heterogeneous set of social practices and ideological representations to reinforce the hierarchical social structure of feudal Japan. He will focus upon reinstitutionalization of Bushido during the transition from feudalism to national society.
Okay, hello. Thank you for the introduction. Maybe just before begin, I was now looking down at this, and I thought of something when Professor Močnik wrote previously, how Valda became the substitute here in Slovene. But of course, the interesting thing is that it became Valda with the exactly inverse meaning, because it doesn't mean menda anymore. It means seveda, right? We say Valda pridem na večerjo, ne? It's a, of course I come. It's with the meaning seveda from Valda, menda, which is not used anymore in speech, became baje in Slovenian, right? From probably bajati or something like biker. Well, but we say then baje menda, but Valda got the inverse meaning in Slovene, right? But okay, to go now to the formal thing. Oh, I have to. Sorry. Okay. So. First, before I begin and before the settings are done, I would, of course, now from this position, like to congratulate to Professor Močnik for his 80th anniversary. Over this past 3 days, we have experienced an exciting journey of exploring depth, breadth, and impact of Professor Močnik's theories and his theoretical legacy. And I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me, because just as we've heard from many younger, older scholars in the past 3 days, how they were influenced by Professor Močnik's theory, I consider myself also a product of Professor Močnik's legacy, and which is why I feel a sense of belonging here. So thank you again. Now, to begin, I would first like to go from my personal experience to this thing, because I completely also subscribe to what head of the Department of Sociology, Primož Kraševec, who I think is not here now at the moment, said in his welcome address, namely how we were transformed by the artwork that was the Professor Močnik's lectures we were attending. And this connection for me stretches back now almost 27 years, when I first entered the Faculty of Arts, and I enrolled in the Department of Asian Studies and Department of Sociology. And of course, started learning intensively Japanese language and trying to somehow break through the general stereotypical explanations of cultural artifacts that I was trying to understand. And I found myself increasingly confused about how the social sciences are supposed to work. What am I actually doing? And also this division from social sciences and humanities. So I was trying to understand what I was supposed to do and how to study it. And of course, now I'm talking about this from the vantage point of today in retrospect. But at the time, of course, I couldn't grasp not only culture, but neither the notion of society were not necessarily valid theoretical concepts by themselves. So now, even though this initial image of the European intellectual studying exotic languages and cultures and peoples was, of course, quickly challenged. We had to read Said's Orientalism, Samir Amin's Eurocentrism at the Department of Asian Studies, and so on. And I still, it seemed that the area studies was epistemologically based on the presupposition that there are some sort of objective entities, really existing cultures, so to speak, out there that need to be somehow studied. And since, of course, the understanding of this colonial legacy of classical Orientalist approach was thoroughly discredited, the only other way seemed to lead to the dead end of cultural relativism. Because according to this approach, of course, no culture is superior, no culture is inferior to another, and moral and ethical systems are shaped by historical and social contexts within those cultures, and that is supposed to mean that individuals' beliefs and practices should be understood through their own cultural lens and not judged against each other. And that seemed to be somehow one of the tenets of the cultural studies, and in a way, a dead end of theoretical work, I thought. So in the midst of this confusion of mine, how sociology works, I began attending Professor Močnik's lectures, and I began to discover an interesting thing, basically that it doesn't really work, at least not how it is traditionally conceived, usually. So I came to understand that academic disciplines are not absolute frameworks for understanding reality. They are themselves products of historical conditions that shape our beliefs of what we research and so on. And here, of course, Močnik's ideas helped me navigate somehow out of this. Because I think the social sciences understood, at least most of the 20th century, or in most of the social sciences, societies in this, I guess Norbert Elias would say, eleatic way, in the sense that societies are stable systems. He said eleatic because this is, of course, comes from the Zeno's arrow paradox from the eleatic school, where the arrow in flight is at every particular moment is in a certain place, and therefore movement is illusory. And so societies were conceived that in their normal state exist in some sort of homeostatic balance without inherent contradictions and so on. And changes under these models were perceived as disruptions to the system rather than integral part of the system. So, and concepts like structure, function, supposedly reduce the dynamic processes to fixed states, and the separation between humanities and social sciences also further reinforce the idea that we can conceptualize either individual or societies with, as distinct entities. And as I said, Professor Močnik's theories here somehow provided me with some tools and with a way maybe forward. I don't know if I made way forward, but still, through his critiques of cultural relativism, his theory of ideology, and so on. And just like now Rade already thoroughly explained some theories of institutions by Professor Močnik, if I can build on this more quickly. Of course, he demonstrated, for instance, that native beliefs are far from being now some objective truths that we research, but are ideological constructs that reflect the social practices of their time. So, because like it was shown before, Professor Močnik was drawing here from the structuralist tradition of Alfred Radcliffe Brown and Marcel Mauss and Claude Lévi-Strauss, and showed that the social structure is not in a homeostatic or stable state, but is a process of various conflicting demands. And not only that are those institutional demands part of this structure, but the supplementary institutions which try to eliminate these contradictions are maintaining and perpetuating social structures by keeping its subjects in the state of ideological interpellation. So social institutions, of course, can be described in multiple ways, and these descriptions are part of this social structure itself, because participants occupy different positions within the structure and interpret it differently from their perspectives. And they are not, these are also Močnik's word, they're not static webs where participants are trapped in like flies and try to wrestle out with their own agency, but rather meaning is continuously reproduced, redefined, and transformed through human interaction. And for instance, Močnik made one example of this case through the, for instance, concept of Spartan institution of agoge, and where he was building on Moses Finley's concept, and showed that this is not just a mechanism which is there and performs its function, but it is a much more complex ideological system that, of course, for instance, he demonstrated that also philosophical discourse about ethical systems are not just a reflection of those systems, but they serve themselves to reinforce the reality of the very structures they describe. So we have this interplay between material conditions and the native interpretation that structures institutions and so on. So I was similarly looking at the Japanese virtue, samurai virtue, so it was called, which was called Bushido. And besides, different from agoge, it can be studied maybe in much more detail because it doesn't date back to the 4th century BC, but somewhere between 17th and 20th century. And maybe many of you are familiar with the term, maybe some are not, but you see the word is written with 3 letters. We have this, these are Chinese characters, right, which have, carry their original meaning from China. This was basically like some sort of scholar, nobleman, even warrior that represented then Chinese Confucian intellectual and so on. And the character before it is the Bu. It means military, warrior. So Bushi was a general term for warriors in Japan. For a large part of the history, it was a synonymous with the more famous word samurai, right? So Bushi were warriors or samurai. And Do, of course, or Chinese Dao is this way, this philosophical concept of Taoistic way, which we know from, I don't know, martial arts like Judo, Kendo, Aikido, or Sado, the way of the tea, and other ways of Asian philosophies. So Bushido literally means the way of the warrior, right? Or the way of the samurai. And now to start to explain a little bit about this, let's start from the point of view how the concept of Bushido was probably for the first time introduced to Slovene public. There's this newspaper Edinost, which was published in Trieste, and was this was a part of a longer article, quite hostile to the Japanese. I will explain later, but I just copied on this one small paragraph, which in translation would read, the Japanese have another cult, the religion of the samurai. Most of the officers belong to this caste. This religion is codified in the code of honor called Bushido. It is the soul of the Japanese army, and it causes that fanaticism which the Japanese soldier exhibits on the battlefield. This code is the cause of so many suicides of Japanese soldiers on the battlefield because they believe they would be dishonored if they were to be taken prisoner. Now, if you can see from there the date, this was article published in December 1st, 1904, which was, of course, in the middle of the Russo-Japanese War. This is how this newspaper brought this paper while reporting on the progress of this war. And of course, the sympathies of Slovene press at the time were firmly on the Russian side of the conflict. And the Japanese were not described in favorable terms in this article. So this mysterious code of honor was derided as a cult and was recognized as a cause of Japanese militant fanaticism, and later on its imperialism and so on. So if any of you came in contact with this word in your own lifetime and not through a 120-year-old newspaper, you might have gotten completely different idea about that. Like Bushido being the sort of code of honor which manifests those virtues which are still hold in high regard even in our society, and that were usually categorized as like elements as rectitude, frugality, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, loyalty. And I've seen many people who these 7 concepts that I enumerated in Chinese characters have tattooed on their body somewhere and so on. So a Bushido is something to look up to as a virtuous concept. So this oscillation between fascination and derision directed toward Bushido in the last 100 or so years in Japan as well as abroad is just one characteristic aspect of this ambiguous samurai code of honor. Because ever since the notion of Bushido took the center stage, so to say, in the late, like in the Meiji period, which means late 19th century, early 20th century, it took this stage as a central discourse on Japanese culture and national character and these ideas. And various thinkers imbued this notion with their own various interpretations, seeing in it, of course, everything from the ultimate evidence of Japanese uniqueness on one hand to recognizing in Bushido the symbol of Japanese civilized status by virtue of this universality of these virtues, of these ethical postulations. And in reality, the word Bushido was more or less non-existent until the late 19th century. Yes, Bushi, as I said, was a general term for warriors for almost a millennia or something. But there was never any Bible of Bushido, any written code, especially not at the time when samurai were actually warriors. And the last time that was in the 16th century in the so-called Warring States period in Japan. But the discourses on Bushido began from the 17th century when Japan was pacified, unified, politically unified under the Tokugawa dynasty. And samurai, of course, turned from warriors into bureaucratic elite, intellectual elite that ruled the country. The population of samurai was evaluated at around 6% of the population at the time. And now they were ruling elite, but they still held the identity of warriors, and they needed to justify somehow their ideas. At least those people who maybe didn't have too much administrative work on their hands and were free to think and write books about their social position and identity. So from the 17th century on, yes, we have different writers, most notably Yamaga Soko, Yamamoto, Tsunetomo, Daidoji Yuza, and so on, who write about this differently, of course, but about these notions of Bushido. Because, for example, but they were never influential really in their own time. For example, there is a text by Yamamoto Tsunetomo called Hagakure, which is now among some samurai aficionados, like, very, very popular text as a secret code of the samurai. But the point was that this has been a text by a minor samurai from a really peripheral clan in Western Japan, who wrote that thing, and it was just circulated among few people in manuscript form, never published or anything. So basically, 99.9% of samurai never heard of that text. But it was discovered in the 20th century. It was first printed in the 20th century, and then it was used in the Imperial Japanese Army as a text that, now indoctrinated young farm boys who were recruited into the army, as they were now the bearers of the samurai legacy, the samurai spirit. And if you look at this, of course, thousands of publications of this text now, Hagakure, the Book of the Samurai, it says, there's this, I copied that from Amazon, where they are selling the book, and it says, a formerly secret text known only to the samurai, Hagakure is a classic text on Bushido, the way of the warrior. More than just a handbook for battle, Hagakure is a text that is filled with teachings that still apply in business, political, and social situations today. Yeah. So, of course, it was not formally a secret text. It was just a completely ignored text. Nobody read that. And it's not filled with, it's not even a handbook for battle, because the guy who wrote it never saw any battle in his life. It was just basically ramblings about how young samurai are not what our ancestors used to be, like they gamble and whore around and do nothing, but while our grandfathers fought in heroic wars. That was basically the idea of Bushido. So, yeah, the point is that when the circumstances transformed samurais from fighters to bureaucrats, of course, the focus switched to the idea of samurai ruling by virtue of their moral example. So the focus went to this morality of what means to be a samurai. So they became, because now they identified as warriors, but why are they legitimized to rule the country as an elite? Not, I mean, yeah, warriors, but there's no wars and there's no external threats either. And now it was their moral superiority. They had morality, which common people cannot possess. They can lead through their example. They are this Confucian moral scholars that can lead the way. So this became this duality of the samurai idea. But then, okay, probably have to move quickly. And of course, as I said, texts like this, Hagakure, then were used in the 20th century as a completely new, with new purposes. For instance, when Japan was losing the war and was out of all capacities, and introduced these extreme measures that we all know as the kamikaze, they were, of course, also being how do you say, they were given this to read to incite them into the being feeling the way of they are carrying the way of the warrior, and then for protecting the emperor and so on. And but the text that people usually now turn to when they try to understand Japan, a book that is sold everywhere in every bookstore in Europe and of course in the Japanese bookstores, is this little booklet that was written by Nitobe Inazo. And this is now, I will be short, so just so that you see this context. But anyway, Nitobe Inazo was ex-samurai because he lived in the end of the 19th century and the beginning of, to the 20th century. And he was Christian, intellectual, spent a lot of his time in the United States. And he wrote around 1900, so exactly the turn of the century, this little book with completely different motivations from the books that we were seeing from the 18th century. Namely, when I mentioned previous texts in the 18th century, those samurai were writing books which tried to show how samurai are fundamentally different from the normal people, how this few percent of elite population that rules the country is inherently different from the rest of the population, through their morality, through their warrior prowess, through every aspect of this code of honor, which is possessed by samurai and cannot be possessed by regular peasants. Like 19 and 1904, for the first reprint of this, was a time of making a Japanese nation state, of nation building in its in its biggest swing. And Nitobe wrote the book, which he did not title now The Code of the Samurai, but the book was titled The Soul of Japan. And by the way, this is not a translation into English. Nitobe wrote this book in English. He was, as I said, he was a Christian intellectual living in the States. Probably he even wrote better English than Japanese, but his educational background was in European classics. He read Bible, he read Shakespeare. He didn't read Confucian classics and so on. So he was fundamentally a European intellectual with Japanese identity who tried to now to interpret his Japanese position to the world. And this he explicitly and very nicely says in the foreword to his book, because there he describes a conversation with a Belgian doctor who asks him, "Oh, how do you teach your children morality in schools? I mean, do you have religion?" And Nitobe says, "No, we don't have religion in schools." And that Belgian doctor, of course, end of 19th century, complete shock. How can you teach morality to people if you don't have religion in schools? And then Nitobe says, "Oh, yes, but we have Bushido." And he was, of course, from the samurai descent, and we have Bushido. And he wrote this trying to show that Japan, not that Japan is unique, and even less that samurai are special within Japan, but on the contrary, to show that Japan is as civilized as the Western, because at that time he knew that Western countries were basing their moral superiority on the fact that they are Christian countries with a Christian morality, and he tried to show this through the Bushido. So, and he was criticized also by other scholars at that time because they had different notions of that, and they wanted to show, for instance, that Bushido makes Japan or Japanese people unique, right? So we had this conflict or very diverse interpretations, and just for a trivia here, this book was then, immediately, by the time it got its second edition in 1904, which was at the same year when we saw that newspaper article in Slovene newspaper, right? In 1904, it was already translated into the Czech language. This Inadza Nitobe Duše Japonska, Bushido, it was translated into the Czech language. And at the same time, it got the second edition in the States, where Theodore Roosevelt was apparently buying many copies and giving them to his friends, very enthusiastic about this Japanese warrior spirit. So I don't know, I mean, how much impact this book made in our region, but the fact is that a copy did come to Slovenia, because Mestna knjižnica, the city library in Ljubljana, has a copy of this first edition from 1904 of the Czech translation. And a little other trivia, it was translated by an architect, Czech architect, Karl Jan Hora, who was at that time living in the States and probably got hand on this book. He later moved to Japan, and with his friend Jan Letzel, they created in Tokyo an architectural bureau in 1910. They made a bureau, and this guy Jan Letzel is famous, at least by one unfortunate thing, that he is the architect who built a certain building in Hiroshima, above which the atomic bomb exploded, and is now the monument to peace, you know, the dome building in Hiroshima. This was built by Jan Letzel, who together with Hora had an architectural bureau in Tokyo. Anyway, I'm out of time, I guess. I just wanted to show now this permutations of the Bushido through history. It was more a historical narrative here. Because I tried also a long time ago in my book to show how this functioned as this social institution, also with supplementary edits such as harakiri and so on, that were resolving some contradictory demands from the samurai who at the same time had to obey the law and their master, and the only resolution it could be achieved was cutting the belly apart. But of course now we don't have too much time for that, and because I'm sure I'm the last speaker here, and we are all waiting, of course, for the final moment of Professor Rastko Močnik to come on stage. So I will finish with this point here, and of course, if there would be any questions later, I'm still very, very happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would ask you if there are any questions already. Yes, we have.
Thank you. Rade, where are you? Aha, you're there. You presented Althusser's view of bourgeois law as something that translates class relations, class exploitation as a relation between equal and free subjects of equal rights, who freely come together and make a contract on cooperation. But however, I would like to say that the corpus of law is divided into several branches. One of the branches is civil law, and its basic assumption is that the subjects of contracts are equal when entering this cooperation. While on the other hand, you have the so-called labor law, and its basic assumption is something else. It's not equality of rights, but inequality of power of subjects. So because the legal law knows that those who sign labor contract do not have the same social power, there is the third instance that comes into this labor contract and is somehow presented in the preamble of every contract, where all the labor acts and collective contracts are listed, which means that there are not only the employer and the employee, but also all the institutions that guarantee specific rights to the weaker part of this contract. It means the state and also trade unions. So because we live now in certain legal I would say framework which was developed especially after the Second World War, which is the time in which Althusser was writing. I think we should not take so easily such short conclusions. I mean, you have bourgeois law, which is actually presupposed as if the whole of it would come from civil law, and then the result is somehow the class relations, class exploitation, and class struggle is masked, is hidden.
The answer is coming.
Thank you, Goraz, for the question. Okay, I know that I had to do some cuttings. I had a longer lecture, so I put Althusser here to present this abstracting function of law and to illustrate this theory about dominant ideology who is ruling by abstracting. But in this more developed theory, I would say that labor law is connected to the wage form, and wage form is a dominant ideology in production relations, according to which there is a fair remuneration for labor performed. And Marx, in his Capital, developed his theory of exploitation and called this wage form because he's proven that the worker is not remunerated for a value of labor, but for the value of labor power. And so I think that labor law is some kind of containing class struggle in a box, in a form that does not endanger the capitalist production relationship. And there are some periods when a working class has the power, has the, like in Robert Knox example, after war, Great Britain, when the Labour Party was still a Labour Party, and Labour Party had good connection with syndicates, etc. And in that time, they were politically strong and they could impact favorable decisions. So this part of the law, which is indeterminable, which can go one on the or the other side, goes at the side of working class. So they have a right of solidarity strikes. It means that working class had the possibility to unite as a working class, not like some corporations, some only workers in one company on on a vocational basis, but to truly unite. But it was contained in the wage form, and then when it endangered accumulation of capital, then comes neoliberal revolution. And my hypothesis is that if you wage class war only in the legal form, you can not get from the straitjacket of capitalism. That you need to wage war inside the legal form, but you must know that it is a bourgeois law, that it is a legal form which enabling functioning of capitalist production relations. So you must not concentrate only on legal form, you must develop wider class struggle. Okay.
Thank you very much. Do we have? We have, okay. Yeah, okay. With a replica, yeah, please come down. Even three, yeah.
Because other people were before me, but excuse me, but just to react very shortly to this. Goraz, your remark is, of course, very provocative. And I understand the position from which you are talking about. But here, I would go with Rade. because we have the expression in today's society, politics, the state ruled by law. Okay, and it is the presupposition is that the law is a kind of neutral sphere, and it's something where everybody is in the equal position, basically. That's why we have a state which is ruled by law. But I would agree with Rade that since we have bourgeois state, then obviously we have also bourgeois law. And if it doesn't matter if we grasp the problem from the position of the state of the position of the law, because it is the state ruled by law. And how to say, we can it is true that labor law recognized the unequal positions of the delodajalci and delojamalci. Employers and employees, yeah, okay. That's true. But the main task of the bourgeois state by using the bourgeois law is not to directly exploit the workers. The task of the bourgeois state is just to secure the conditions where the exploitation could take place. And the bourgeois law is the ether in which it is possible. That's it.
Yes, I see we also have a replica now to the replicas.
Okay, I'll be very short. My point was that the law, which is of course something that is produced within this capitalist system, is not unique, and a part of it recognizes that there are weaker parts in certain social relations. And the labor law is not the only case. There is also, for instance, family law. Family law's basic assumption is that there is not only two adult people who make agreement to live together, have sexual relations, etc., but there can happen also the third part, which is weaker, because he or she will be a child. So the state, with its institutions, its guarantees, comes into this couple relation and makes certain control, etc. It's similar in this branch called labor law, which is actually, nevertheless, you're right, we live in the capitalist society, bourgeois state, etc. But workers' movement achievement is that they put some elements of their protection of their interest, of course, within the wage system, into the corpus of bourgeois law. That was my point. And I think we understood with Rade well.
Do we have any immediate answer to this, or? Yes, okay. Marco?
Yeah, Goras, I think you are inserting trade unionist ideology into theoretical problematic, which, okay, might not always have good results. Look, I think that labor law is a relatively recent compartment of the law. It has been probably about 100 years old after or even less after Philadelphian Declaration. And I think it is the application of what you call civic law, which is basically the law which exists, let's say, from the Roman times, into this specific part of relations in which law as such did not operate. In feudalism, law as a civil law could operate among the tradesmen, for instance, but not in the relations between direct producers and non-producers. And in the slave-owning society as well, law could function and did function in the market of slaves and other things, of course, market of goods, but not in the relations between slaves as direct producers and slave owners as the non-producers who were the owners or possessors of the means of production. So it is an application of the law, of the legal form on this precise type of relationship, which is needed in order for capitalism to work. So I would agree with you, Jens, that the current labor law, which is not the same, by the way, in Slovenia and, for instance, in the United States. I would suggest that there are more workers' rights here than there are in the United States, for sure. So it is an achievement of the labor movement. But still, you know, this exact formulation that you used, that the law recognizes difference in the social power of the worker and the employer, is precisely ideological euphemism that covers the relation of exploitation. This is, and yeah, of course, we can bargain about the wages. No, it does not. It diverts it into a, let's say, euphemism of divergence of power or difference of power, which is not. There is a fact of class divide and of the class struggle and of exploitation. And difference of power does not mean exploitation. No lawyer would say, no bourgeois lawyer would say that there's exploitation, unless, okay, maybe somebody really breaks all the laws that there is. So that's just what I'm trying to say. That's why I'm saying this is trade unionist ideology involved in theoretical questions, because it is covering up the fact of exploitation. It is a ideologically and bourgeois ideologically deformed way of, recognizing class struggle and exploitation by saying it is not class struggle and it's only a matter of quantitative measure of power. Now, since I am here on the podium, I would use this opportunity, sorry everyone who wanted to go before, to pose one question about the examples that you give. And this question is both for Ada and for Professor Močnik. And then I have one trivia to add to what Luca said. So if you noticed, I don't know if you noticed, but the first example was taken from a classless society, a so-called primitive society. And the second one was from an absolutist French society. But you said that both examples show how this third instance uses, let's say, this contradictory ideological demand or dilemma in order to impose the relations of power or domination. So I would question whether this is a valid jump from classless society to a class society, which can be answered, I think, but I don't know the question. The question is what kind of domination is imposed by this neutral or supplementary institution in case of primitive society, in case of the first example. Yeah, but you said domination. Okay, you can think about it. Just the second thing about what Luca said. Yeah, about at the same time in 1904, when Russia-Japanese war was going on, there was, I remember this from a school textbook, from high school textbook. There was an article in published, I think, in a German newspaper, which was published in Celle, probably called something like Zilischer Blatt, not sure. And they said, okay, in this war between Russia and Japan, we, meaning we, the Germans, the Starish Germans, are on the side of the Russians. Of course, we are no friends of the Slavs, to be sure, as Germans, but still Japanese are not even white. So that's why we side on the side of the Russians. Okay, just a little bit of anecdote. Thanks.
Thank you. Would anyone answer to this particularly? Like, oh, okay. Then I think Miklaus had something to say.
I have a question for Luca Zuliberg, because this Tsunetomo is a really interesting book. It has, as we already heard, also it's really wide and also extremely controversial history of reception, also in the space of Yugoslavia in the 80s and later and so. But I think I have such an ambivalent relation to this book, but I extremely love one proposition from this book about speaking as a poet. I love it. And it says that the most important thing by speaking is not to speak. But I think the most interesting appropriation in the post-war time of this book was made by controversial and intense great writer Yukio Mishima, who wrote a commentary to this book. And I would like to hear how do you see this position of Mishima toward Hagakure in this wider ideological context of the appropriations of this interesting book? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luca.
Yes, thank you. This is a really good question, an interesting question, because, of course, I didn't have time to. This is so complex. The complex process of all these appropriations, reinterpretations, and uses is because, for instance, I didn't speak about how after the war, the Bushido again became rehabilitated in a certain sense, and we all know with the economic restructuring of Japan. With the big companies, these new employees, the white collars, became the corporate warriors, and they were the new samurai, and so on. And now, so the position of Mishima, because just one comment on the Hagakure, back to Hagakure, yeah, it's really interesting book in this respect to be studied because. For instance, another famous sentence from the book, the first one is this: the way of the warrior is found in death, right? This is how he begins. And it's very, very, he had a very strong opinions on what samurai should be. I guess his way was the way of the boredom. But anyway, thinking about all these things. And for instance, there are so many confusing or contradictory ideological views already at that point. Maybe some of you are aware that one of the most famous topoi of the samurai expression in this period, in the 18th century, was that famous 47 Ronin vendetta. Maybe some of you have heard, because there's in Japan there's about 100 movies. They make one movie each 5 years, I think, about that. For the last 100 years, there's theater plays, there's everything. The 47 samurai or the Ronin vendetta. I will not now go back to there was even one American movie with the Keanu Reeves or something, but I won't go now retelling the story because there's no time. But the point is, that was from the 18th century on the main expression of this samurai warrior spirit for the Japanese people, because those 47 samurai, their master was ordered for certain wrong he did. He was ordered to commit seppuku, to the harakiri, and so they plotted a revenge. 47 of them plotted this revenge, and after 2 years, they did a vendetta on the person they blamed for the murder of their master. And the result was, of course, now this, as I said, this contradictory situation, because they broke the law. They went against the shogunal orders and so on. And in the middle of the Edo, they murdered an official of the shogunate. But at the same time, they showed the greatest loyalty to their master by making a vendetta. And the result was the shogunate ordered them to do seppuku, which was in a way a compromise, because otherwise they would just punish them as criminals and kill them. But they let them commit harakiri, right? They let them die honorably because they showed loyalty, but at the same time they broke the law and they had to be punished. And they are now all buried. There's 46, there was actually 46 of them anyway, graves in a temple in Tokyo. But the point is, this became the topos of the samurai loyalty, and as I said, plays and movies are being made ever since. But Yamamoto Tsunetomo in Hagakure was extremely critical of these guys. He said, that's no samurai spirit. What was that waiting 2 years and plotting a revenge? The only way is just jumping, with possibility of success or not, trying to make a revenge. If you fail, you fail, but you were honorable. This was some sort of, he was critical. So, even in the 1702, when this thing happened historically, and when this guy was writing the book, there were so many different points of this. And of course, after the war, now, of course, I won't talk about Mishima, and many people know him, and especially people who deal with literature know him. And he, again, was a very specific situation. He was a very pro-Western writer at first, and was, but then, he started making an artwork out of his own life. He was doing all these things. And I never studied Mishima, but at the end of his life, I don't know, he decided that he will, I guess, make this performance of a right-wing patriot who will try to revive Bushido in the Japanese society, who is now completely apolitical, completely consumerist, completely lost every old value that there was. So in the 70s, he tried to create his own private little army. He took over that army barrack, and probably that was planned from the beginning or not. I don't know, when he tried to make some sort of coup or something. But the real highlight of this performance was that he actually did a seppuku. He made a samurai suicide, and I wouldn't now argue about his relationship to Hagakure or how he actually interpreted, because I'm not a Mishima scholar. I would, yeah. But it's all the time. This is a present ideological concept that remains, and that opens new possibilities for interpretation to construct this social structure that are perpetuated. Now was Mishima, patriot or not, and how this works, and is Japan now lost its samurai valor, and is it this good or bad? These are the possibilities of countless interpretations. Yeah, if this answers in a little bit your question, but yeah, more on Mishima I cannot give you now. Yeah. Thank you.
Just here, because I also have a question for you. Somewhere here, like sit here. I think there was another question. I think, was it? No. Okay. Do we have another question? No. Okay. Then I'll actually ask you. I wanted to ask you when you were saying that the samurai stopped with this warrior life somewhere in 16th century, and then you said that this author from the beginning of the 20th century had this, that he used to be samurai. So actually, if you could explain to us a little bit what happened structurally, what were their role in the society between 16th and late 19th century, and of course you can also introduce a few topics that you had to skip before.
Yeah, I won't be introducing new topics because I think we need to end, but I will just try to briefly, I can do that later if you want, but I will just briefly answer this thing. Basically, yeah, samurai formed sometime in the 9th, 10th centuries, when the idea of the conscript army of the monarchy was abolished. And then they took power slowly in the 13th century. And the high point of samurai battles were in the 16th century, which ended even with the invasion in Korea. But then when the country was politically unified and the Tokugawa regime established a new shogunate, this was followed by 2.5 centuries of peace. The samurai, as I said, were the ruling elite, which transformed basically into bureaucrats of the state. And after this new revolutionary moment from the 1850s to final moment in 1868, when the shogunate collapsed, the ruling elite at that point decided first to put the so-called emperor back on the center stage and remove the institution of the shogunate, and to create a nation state. So to create a society of Japanese nationals instead of caste society of samurai and peasants and others. So they, and these were, of course, again, this samurai, the leaders were the elite. It was not a bourgeois revolution, it was not a peasant revolution, it was basically an elite change of regime there. And but within there were more complexities, and I won't go into that. But this samurai then decided to abolish formally abolish the status of the samurai. So, for instance, Nitobe Inazo, the samurai status was abolished in 1872, I think. So he probably, as a kid, was still officially a samurai, and his parents were samurai. But then, you know, they were just. I mean, they introduced for a short time. They introduced the peerage system, so you had some barons and dukes after that in Japan. But basically, the samurai were gone at the late 19th century. But the Bushido discourse took a new turn, yeah, and a new way.
Thank you very much for this very plastic explanation. And now we're nearing the very end. And at this point, I would also join all others who gave praises to Rastko Močnik here. I'm really happy that I'm being here and that I attended with my text actually. And I'm also really glad to invite you here to say a few words, maybe words about these last few presentations that we heard, or also about the whole event. So please, Dr. Rastko Močnik, and one.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, do you see a presentation in Zoom now? I've shared something.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this is for the end, for the grand finale. You've been honoring me 3 days. It's an experience that is beyond the capacity of a mortal being, because it's an ambivalent experience. You think you were honoring me, and I was all the time hearing, you are old, you are old. So theory is a way how to cope with the problems of life. And I will stop speaking about my empirical experience and let's speak about theory. Now, theory is a collective effort. It's a collective endeavor. We are working on concepts, producing concepts, transforming them, etc., but we don't appropriate them. So the title of this conference should be taken in an ironic way. If you haven't noticed it after 3 days, I'm telling it you now. And it's because theory is a collective effort that we organize conferences like this one. What happens at conferences like this one? Everybody brings the fruit of his cultivation of his small or her small garden, you know, in this Voltaire way, let's cultivate our little garden. But what is the dialectics behind this bringing together, as in a vegetable market, the fruits of our private work and private labor, trying to socialize it in a non-commodity way, in a different way, in a way of exchange of ideas, which is itself productive. The background of this exchange is what Hegel called das geistige Tierreich, which means the spiritual animal kingdom. It's a stage in the development of world spirit, the phase of Bildung, where everybody cultivates his or her own little garden, and they are all happy. And it's and Hegel's Tierreich is an ironic or even critical, polemical etiquette of this stage. You know, everybody working at home behind his or her desk, and then coming together to a symposium. Everybody gets tired after one day, or maybe in the afternoon after the lunch, and then we still ritually carry on, but nobody listens anyway because we are all sleeping and digesting. So anyway, but the metaphor of the Tierreich, of the animal kingdom, where every species has its own ecosystem and they all live in a kind of paradisiac harmony. This situation today is not a stage in the evolution of the world spirit, but it's the effect of real social relations of production of theory. The institutions that claim to be the support, the apparatus of theoretical production, are actually materialized epistemological barriers to theory. Look at academies, look at national academies, look at the universities, the institutes. They are all ideological state apparatuses of bourgeois state, and in our case, of a dependent bourgeois state, of a comprador state. So they are epistemic obstacles materialized. And that's why I want to underline, to stress the effort and the success achieved by Gorazd Kovačić, who was able to situate this conference on theoretical concepts right within an ideological apparatus of a bourgeois dependent state, namely in the Faculty of Philosophy, because this environment is not friendly. And Gorazd nevertheless succeeded not only to get the locale, the place, but also the money. So great thanks. Yeah. So you know, syndicalist, trade unionist ideology up or down. This is a real success that was achieved precisely with trade unionist action. So, but then there were other organizers of this conference, Amelia, Alvina, Alexandra, who is not here, and their effort is still greater. This was not a unique enterprise for them to organize this conference. They are doing all the time. They are all the time producing, reproducing, and supporting an alternative apparatus that is supporting theoretical production, and disseminating the results of production, the Založba CF. So a little applause to those who do it every day, who every day fight against the stream of history. Now, how much our exchange has been productive, we will see in the future. What is obvious right now already is that such a conference is an apparatus that supports theoretical production. So I would suggest to those who have the energy, the will, and the consciousness, the class consciousness, to consider making such a conference a periodical event, and not with the title, not Mr. X concepts, but only concepts. So consider this possibility. Now, since I claim that this should be productive, I have an answer to the question put to Rade and to myself by Marco Krjan. I was not anticipating your wicked question, but I made a PowerPoint for an exchange between Rade and myself on the theory of institution and ideological interpolation. So you were kind enough not to put directly the question, but Marco's question is not Močnik-Pantić approach historical? They take a Radcliffe-Brown example and then they project it from Australia or South Africa to the court of Louis XIV and to the flattering poets who gather around this king of Roi du Soleil and flatter him, showing how very necessary his institution of absolute monarchy is, because nothing would function if there was not a king who can solve the contradictions. And I had another idea about this Heroismus der Schmeichlichkeit, the flattering heroism, namely that the Corneille solution, the Corneille argumentation in favor of absolute monarchy, which actually is administrative monarchy. Corneille's apology of absolute monarchy is better than Hobbes. You know, Hobbes derives the necessity of monarch from bellum omnium contra omnes. Here is the movements of the heart that support support absolute monarchy, which is authentic, sincere, bourgeois way of supporting a monarchical constitution. Hobbes is kind of, philosopher and goes ahistorically. Bellum omnium contra omnes, or everybody against everybody. Bullshit. But now, the ways of heart. I cannot love my father. I cannot love my lover. I cannot decide unless a monarch helps me to deal with my sentimental life. It becomes education sentimentale 200 years later, and that's basically Louis Bonaparte, Napoleon III, another variant of monarchical or pseudo-monarchical authority. So, your question is, aren't we ahistorical? And of course, joking relationships were discovered by Father Junot, a Belgian missionary in what is nowadays Mozambique and the lands behind Mozambique. So he introduced joking relationships in 1913 or something, very early. And they became a problem for anthropology. Why the nephew has a privileged relationship to maternal uncle. The nephew can take, is joking with a maternal uncle. He can take his property, he can insult him, and a maternal uncle must be tolerant and joke and take it easily. So Marcel Mauss was introduced structural approach and said, well, this uncle-nephew relationship is positive, but we should look structurally and look for the negative relations and how this makes a structure and an structuralist equilibrium. And Radcliffe Brown found the answer. That's another story, very interesting again. Radcliffe Brown was sitting, I don't know, in Oxford, and he had informants in Australia, and people were, he was writing questions, and then his people in Australia went to the Aborigines and asked them. And one question was, why cannot you speak with your maternal, with your Tashta, kako se kaže? Mother-in-law. Why mother-in-law is a taboo for you, for a married man? And the married man answers, because she is my best friend. She gave me my wife. I mean, it's a kind of Zen answer that doesn't make clear anything. It only accumulates one enigma to another. Even though I guess it's a common sense solution. If you want to be best friend, better not talk to each other. I read Marcel Mauss on this question. I didn't read Junot. We don't have it, I guess, here. So I read Marcel Mauss, and then I read Radcliffe Brown. Radcliffe Brown wrote 2 articles about it. And he stopped at the point when the solution was kind of evident for me, namely supplementary institution. So the first move was ahistorical. The idea was institutions in their normal course produce contradictory situations that cannot be solved. And that is why we need supplementary institutions. And we experience this every day. What is Parliament doing? Amending existing laws. What is the government doing? Instituting new agencies of control of those who control other agencies that control. So the dissemination of institutions is a very common fact. And of course, the problem is that you know, you multiply institutions in order to control social processes, but by multiplying institutions, you multiply the holes in the legal system. So more institutions, more holes, more ways of evade the control. But anyway, your intuition was right. My initial move was ahistorical. It was just taking joking relationships as a metaphor of institutional logic per se, generally, ahistorically. But then, of course, this is the first move. Let's look how it goes. And this is my present stage of solution. We take Jimen. Jimena, you know, she loves Rodrigo. Rodrigo loves her. They're a happy couple. But then the father of Rodrigo, no, the father of Jimen insults the father of Rodrigo. The father of Rodrigo is like myself, 80 years old, cannot go to fight a duel, and says, "My son, you should be loyal to your father. Go and have a duel with Jimena's father." And of course, Jimena's father is quite more or less old as Rodrigo's father. Only Rodrigo's father was more wicked. So Rodrigo goes. They have a duel, and Rodrigo loyally kills Jimena's father. It's interesting that Corneille doesn't investigate this problem. So anyway, Jimena is now in this vendetta problem, whether to avenge the murder of her father, or to be loyal to her love, which is herself. She's already a modern subject. She has read certainly Petrarch, you know. She knows what individual love is. She's been taught what individual love is by lyric poetries. And so she belongs to the ideology of sincerity and authenticity. By the way, a brilliant book by which was translated into Serbian, Trilling, huh? Pardon? Lionel Trilling, yeah. So it's one of the good introductions into Hegel, even though Lionel Trilling was a literary student. So anyway, so she has this dilemma, and then decides to go to the monarch and propose this dilemma to the monarch. And in a commentary to the tragedy published after the presentation, Corneille says, "I found this motive in a history of Spain by a Jesuit father, and I was charmed by this noble dilemma of Jimen." It's a noble dilemma. And then he quotes Mariana, this Jesuit father, how Jimena came to the king and said, "He killed my father, but now you decide." And I was charmed by his virtues. So you decide whether to punish him according to the law or to give him for husband to myself. And of course, the monarch has political reasons to say, well, we have, you know, what the monarch thinks. He says he is an uncovered female. In this society, politics is made by kinship relations, by marriages, by alliances, and now all the kinship of Jimena will fight against themselves. Who will control this jeton in the social game for power, for influence? And then we have here a potential warlord. This Rodrigo is a good general. He is very dangerous. He may have ideas. So let's neutralize him making him a bourgeois subject. And of course, they happily marry. So this is the situation as we schematize it for Jimena's dilemma. Her dilemma is between a feudal code of honor and individualistic code of sincerity, of authenticity. One code says vengeance, the other code says marriage. And and there is a mediating discourse. This is Bakhtin remade for our purpose. There is a mediating discourse who says, Rodrigo killed my father. Here comes in the code, the other discourse who that says, and loyalty to the lineage is an obligation. And as I am loyal to the lineage, to the dynasty, to the clan, I seek vengeance. On the other hand, you have another discourse, individualistic other discourse, that says, I love Rodrigo, and I am a sincere and authentic subject, individual. As I'm sincere and authentic, marriage is the solution. So she cannot solve it and goes to a pre-existing other discourse, the monarchic discourse. Now, we go down. And we take a different situation. And that's the situation of French parliamentary elections of this year. Now, the composition of National Assembly is Nouveau Front Populaire, Ensemble, that's Macron, and Rassemblement National. Each of them has, the Nouveau Front Populaire is the winner, but still not enough to make a government. So here the situation is different. The bourgeois parliamentarism is already structured in a way that permits the elements of this parliament to interpret the whole structure and their own place within it. So they don't have to seek another discourse, another authority. It's already within. So this is, let's say, zero institution. You know, they have guillotined the king long time ago. So now we have a democratic parliament, or bourgeois democratic parliament. So the discourse, mediating discourse, is the zero institution that says the composition of National Assembly is interpreted according to one's own ideology. Everybody has the possibility and the capacity to do it. And Mélenchon says, we won, we request the mandate. Le Pen said, oh no, it's only postponed victory. And these are quotations. I have documentation that these are real historical utterances. And Macron says, no, nobody won. Only Republican forces present the absolute majority. And all those utterances are either true or plausible. We hope that Marine Le Pen is wrong, but it's quite plausible. So Mélenchon is right, and Macron too, because Macron now has to maneuver not to let Social Democrats on power, and says, of course, the Republican majority is Nouveau Front Populaire plus Ensemble against Rassemblement National. And this is, and he's true, yeah, that makes an absolute majority. So, and then we have a last example. I am historizing now. Yeah, this is the Noshek. What was his name again? Yanis, of course. So Yanis the Noshek, when he was prime minister and was making propaganda for his program, for his government, once said in an interview to Dnevnik, this is the choice between Europe and the Balkans. And it was kind of an excessive statement, so that Miran Lesjak, who was interviewing Drnovšek, later made a commentary, if he doesn't have a better argument, we should be suspect of his politics. But it's interesting. What's interesting? This is a choice. This is a non-choice. It is, you can, the choice is between Balkanophobia and Europophilia. It's contained within the expression the Balkans, that this is something bad and something you should avoid. It is within the meaning of the expression Europe that this is something good and something you should try to join. So, you know, this is classical rhetorical procedure when you leave the conclusion to the audience, and a primitive usage of this. Now, if we of this mechanism. So, if we take now the development or what are the differences between three situations, you have a supplementary discourse outside the horizon of the dilemma that decides. Then if you take bourgeois parliamentarism, the other discourse that decides, that makes decision possible, is embedded and circumscribed in discourses within the field of zero institution. And then you have what I call the identity, the discourse, where there is no orientation to another discourse. It's already all in the lexical material. You don't have to decide because it's already being decided, but still you think you are living in democracy. So, you see, this other discourse is descending. It's outside, it's inside, it disappears. So the identitary politics, which is the environment we live in, is a monologic discourse. It's a monologism. No real choice. And this is the situation of bourgeois parliamentarism since the 1970s, where Nikos Poulantzas published his last book and called this situation authoritarian etatism. Thank you.
Čakaj, nam je veliko pljaskom.
Sploh ne vem, kaj naj rečem. Mogoče to, da se je v teh 3 dneh naš 80-letni kolega Rastko Močnik pokazal kot eden od najbolj vitalnih od vseh nas. Ne samo med kolegi iz upokojene generacije. Morda tisto, kar si velja res najbolj zapomniti, je pa vaš predlog, da bi tovrstne dogodke, kjer so mogoči disputi med mogoče do neke mere tudi različno mislečimi, kar je teoretsko produktivno, poskušali izvajati nekoliko bolj redno, kajti samo to je potem tisto, kar ločuje univerzo kot pokopališče duha in kot nekaj, kar se spremeni v šolo, ne, in pa na drugi strani intelektualno živ prostor. Hvala, Rastko, za inspirativne 3 dni. Seveda ob vseh teh zahvalah, kdo vse je zaslužen, ne, je treba vedeti, da je seveda glavni vsebinski organizator te konference pa vendarle tisti, ki je bil njen objekt. Skratka, hvala za to dobro konferenco. In potem, ko ste v 80-ih letih proizvedli približno 80 konceptov, vam želim, da bi jih v preostanku življenja še vsaj 8.
So thank you everybody here, and also thanks everybody who was following, who was watching us via YouTube and Zoom. Also thank you everyone for your productive questions, and hopefully we can meet again soon on some similar occasion. Let's hope that the institutions ideological apparatuses will let us do it. Yeah. So goodbye to everybody, and thank you again.
Bye-bye. Thank you.